You're not here for surface-level tips. You're not here for another motivational reel telling you to believe in yourself. You're here because something in you knows there's more potential, more capacity, more truth. And you're right, there is more, much more. This isn't about becoming a better version of yourself by forcing change through routine or repetition. This is about awakening a part of you that's always been limitless, just waiting to be aligned. Not through willpower, through precision, through science, through integration. This series will give you exactly that. What you're about to experience is unlike anything you've come across in the self-help space. It's not a compilation of mindset cliches or productivity hacks recycled for short-term motivation. This is a step-by-step re-engineering of your mind, your body, your energy, and your reality through the lens of cutting-edge quantum science and age-old universal truths. And here's what sets it apart. You won't be forced to push through resistance. You won't be asked to chase an identity you can't relate to. You won't be told to trade your peace for hustle. You'll learn to activate, not just acquire. Throughout this series, you'll uncover the blueprint that governs lasting transformation. Not temporary changes, not one good week or one successful goal, but the actual architecture of permanent evolution, starting at the quantum level. Yes, quantum. And no, not in a way that's mysterious or vague. We're going straight into the real mechanics of how your thoughts influence energy, how your emotions shape outcomes, how your nervous system is both a transmitter and receiver of reality, and how your environment, habits, and beliefs are programmable by you. You'll learn why your past doesn't have to dictate your future, why your body isn't just a vessel, but a map of memory, emotion, and potential, and how, when you stop separating the parts of yourself and integrate them, you unlock something most people will never access, a reality that responds to your state, not your struggle. Each chapter is engineered to build on the one before it. You'll go deeper into identity, emotion, energy, attention, and finally, transcendence. And not just in theory. You'll walk away knowing exactly what to do, how to do it, and why it works. So whether you've been chasing self-discipline without real results, feeling like your mindset keeps resetting to zero, or sensing you've hit a plateau in your personal evolution, what you're about to learn will break through those ceilings. The truth is, most self-improvement is just rearranged limitation. This isn't that. This is not about tweaking the old self. This is about stepping into the blueprint of the integrated self. Limitless, precise, and powerfully attuned. We begin by exposing the core issue. Why almost everything you've been taught about improvement has been built on a flawed foundation. Let's crack that code. You've tried improving yourself. Again and again. More willpower, more productivity, more hours, more positive thinking. And yet, the growth feels temporary. The change doesn't stick. The breakthroughs fade. There's a reason. And it's not that you're not disciplined enough, or focused enough, or committed enough. It's that the operating system you've been using was never designed for expansion. It was designed for survival. The dominant model of self-improvement is mechanical. Treats you like a machine. Input discipline, output success. Input habits, output change. But you're not a machine, you're a quantum system, which means you don't grow linearly. You evolve systemically. And here's where everything begins to shift. True change doesn't happen when you force the external. It happens when you rewire the internal frequency that dictates everything from thought to behavior to outcome. When the frequency changes, everything else follows. Automatically, seamlessly, organically. Let's look at what's been broken in the old model. First, it assumes that change is hard and must come through pressure. This pressure-oriented mindset activates the same parts of your nervous system used for threat detection. So even when you're trying to improve, your biology reads it as stress. And stress is never sustainable as a growth platform. Second, it isolates the mind from the body. Traditional methods ask you to think better thoughts without addressing the energy, emotion, and memory that live in the body, sometimes for decades. That creates a conflict. Your mind wants change. Your body remembers why it's unsafe. Guess which part wins? Third, it teaches habit stacking and repetition without addressing the identity underneath. You can create new routines, but if they're built on an outdated self-image, your subconscious will resist them every time. This is why people burn out. This is why goals slip through your fingers. This is why self-improvement often turns into self-judgment. Now, here's the shift. Inside you is a quantum operating system, one that responds not to pressure or force, but to coherence. Coherence between mind, body, and energy. When your thoughts match your emotions, and your emotions match your actions, you create a frequency of alignment. In this state, growth is not effortful. It's inevitable. Let's break that down. Coherence isn't a concept, it's measurable. Heart coherence, brain coherence, breath patterns, and even your electromagnetic field can all reflect your state. And in a state of coherence, the nervous system functions optimally. The brain makes faster decisions. The body recovers faster. The immune system strengthens. Creativity increases. You become efficient at being you. You stop chasing change. You become the change. But to reach that state, you must first shed the old idea that self-improvement is something you grind through. You have to see that the version of yourself trying to fix you is often operating from fear. Fear of not being enough. Fear of failure. Fear of staying the same. Growth fueled by fear cannot create freedom. So here's the truth. You've been improving the wrong way because you've been working against yourself, treating symptoms instead of tuning the source. The real shift begins when you tune that source, when you access the quantum code. This code isn't a metaphor. It's a sequence. Thought, emotion, vibration, action, outcome. Every time you try to shortcut this sequence, the results become unstable. But when you follow it, change compounds exponentially. You don't just change behavior, you change reality. And that's where we go next. Now that you've uncovered the flaws in conventional growth models and understood the power of coherence. The question becomes, what is the real engine behind transformation? It's time to explore the mind not as a tool, but as a supercomputer, an adaptive quantum processor that, when activated, can shape reality itself. Let's unlock it. You've seen why the old model of growth keeps you stuck. You've decoded the faulty logic behind pressure-based transformation. Now it's time to build from a stronger foundation, a real one. Because here's the core truth. Your mind is not a container of thoughts. It's a processor of frequency. And once you begin treating it like the quantum engine it truly is, everything changes fast. The brain is not just a storage device. It's not a motivational speaker whispering affirmations. It's a living field capable of quantum computation, receiving signals, translating patterns, and projecting them onto what you experience as reality. Most people are trying to think their way into transformation, but thought alone doesn't create coherence. It must be paired with emotional energy, with somatic signals, with vibrational clarity. And that's where your quantum mind enters the equation, not as a metaphor, but as a literal command center. Let's get direct. Your brain is wired for pattern recognition. It's always looking for coherence, meaning, and sequence. But here's the problem. If your internal system is constantly repeating outdated inputs, traumas, beliefs, fears, then the brain isn't innovating. It's recycling. So you end up reacting. You start living in loops. Same habits, same emotions, same results. And yet, beneath that loop, there's a layer of intelligence far more advanced. This is the quantum layer of your mind, the part that doesn't just record reality, but creates it. We're talking about the field where observation shapes outcome, where belief reprograms biology, and where perception doesn't follow matter but directs it. This isn't theory. This is physics. The quantum mind operates according to principles that make it vastly more capable than linear thinking allows. For example, the observer effect proves that attention changes behavior, not just in humans but in particles. Neuroplasticity shows that thought alone can reshape the structure of your brain. Epigenetics reveals that gene expression is modified by beliefs, behaviors, and perception. All of these confirm one thing: your brain is programmable not just through action, but through intention, energy, and frequency. You're not a victim of the brain, you are its programmer. Here's how that changes the game. Most people approach self-improvement as if they're pushing a boulder up a hill. But once you understand the quantum model, you don't push, you align. You stop trying to force your brain to think positively and instead begin feeding it coherent signals that shift the whole system. Let's simplify that. When your thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations agree, you enter a state of energetic efficiency. And in that state, the brain stops scanning for threats. It stops defaulting to old patterns. It begins listening, learning, adapting. This is how you unlock the supercomputer. The logical mind processes about 40 bits of information per second. The subconscious mind? Over 11 million. That's not a typo. You are running a background operating system far more powerful than the one you're conscious of, and the quantum mind is the bridge between the two. The goal isn't to think harder. It's to signal smarter. To give your system clean commands that include thought, feeling, and somatic alignment. When you do that, the brain no longer treats change as a threat. It treats it as truth. But how do you send those clean commands? It starts with a pattern interrupt. The brain thrives on familiarity, even when it's destructive. So you must interrupt its assumptions, break the predictability of your internal experience. One powerful way is through state shifts. Breath, posture, focus, and vocal tone all send messages to the brain that signal change. Once that shift occurs, the brain enters a receptive mode. This is where reprogramming becomes effortless. In this receptive state, visualization becomes effective, not as fantasy but as mental rehearsal. Why? Because the brain doesn't distinguish well between vividly imagined experience and actual sensory input. So when you mentally rehearse a coherent future reality, while in a tuned state, the brain begins wiring for it as if it's real. That's the real secret. The supercomputer doesn't respond to passive daydreams. It responds to embodied signal loops, where emotion, belief, and imagery converge. This is where people often get stuck. They try to think their way into confidence or success, but their body is still running fear. Their breath is still shallow. Their posture still guarded. And so the signal is incoherent, and the brain doesn't trust it. Your inner supercomputer requires alignment. When your system is sending a clear, consistent signal across all levels, the brain says, "This is safe. This is true. Let's automate it." Automation is the key, because once the brain automates a state, whether it's anxiety or power, it stops questioning it. It simply repeats it. So the question is never, "Can I create change?" The real question is, what state is your brain automating right now? If your system is currently running survival scripts, here's how to begin rewiring. Interrupt the pattern, change your breath, your movement, or your sensory input. Create emotional coherence. Feel the emotion you want to live in before it happens. Deliver a clear command, visualize with specificity while grounded in that feeling. Reinforce the signal, repeat while in a receptive state. Early morning, post-meditation, or just after exercise. This isn't wishful thinking. It's neuroengineering. And once you train your mind to operate from this space, it begins doing something extraordinary. It stops reacting to old stories and starts scanning for new evidence. It begins aligning opportunities with internal shifts. It stops blocking change and starts building it. You won't have to fight to stay motivated. You won't have to struggle with procrastination. You'll be operating from a system that supports your evolution without resistance. And that brings us to our next breakthrough. You've activated the brain as a quantum processor. But if the body is still holding old emotional data, old signals, old tensions, old fears, then full integration remains blocked. You must now turn inward and confront the split that's kept you from fully evolving. The truth is, mind and body were never separate. You're about to see why your body keeps triggering the same responses. And how, once you release that outdated programming, you unlock the kind of growth that no mindset alone can reach. Let's uncover the illusion that's been holding you back, and break it once and for all. Next, why mind and body were never separate, breaking the Cartesian illusion. You've just seen what happens when the mind is activated not as a thinker, but as a frequency tuner. A processor of quantum possibility. But now we confront the next critical truth, because no matter how well you program the mind, If the body is still running an outdated signal, the system stays split. The error didn't start with you. It started centuries ago. A philosophical model, not a scientific truth, told you that your mind and body were two separate things. It told you the body is a machine, and the mind something mysterious floating above it. This illusion has shaped nearly every system you've lived under: medicine, education, religion, psychology. And the result? People trying to think their way into healing, while their body still holds tension, trauma, fatigue, and energetic blocks. Here's the real truth. Your body is your subconscious mind. It stores everything your mind can't process in real time, through sensation, posture, reaction, and energy. That gut feeling isn't guesswork. It's biointelligence. That tension in your shoulders isn't just bad posture. It's unspoken memory. The division between mind and body has caused more disconnection than most people realize. And it's time to reverse it permanently. Let's begin by understanding how the illusion formed. The Cartesian model, named after philosopher René Descartes, created a separation between what could be measured, the body, and what could only be described, the mind. It was useful for early science, but destructive for human integration. Because once science decided to treat the body as hardware and the mind as software, we lost the truth. They are one system, constantly feeding and influencing each other. Every thought you have produces a chemical signal. Every emotion triggers a physiological reaction. Every stored emotion becomes a physical habit. And here's the twist. The body is far more influential than the conscious mind. Over 95% of your daily actions, reactions, and emotional responses are not driven by conscious thought. They're driven by somatic memory, imprinted responses stored in your muscles, fascia, breathing rhythms, and posture. You can tell yourself you're safe. But if your body still feels unsafe, you'll behave like someone in danger. You'll sabotage goals, avoid risk, and shut down opportunities. This is not mental laziness. It's biological loyalty. Your body is loyal to the signals it knows. Until you change those signals at the root, the nervous system keeps repeating what it considers familiar. So how do you begin unifying the system? First, you stop forcing positive thinking over unresolved sensations. Positive thought, in a body that's storing fear, becomes conflict. And conflict burns energy. Instead, you work through coherence. You must teach the body through experience that new states are safe. That expansion doesn't equal danger. That high performance doesn't equal exhaustion. That peace doesn't mean vulnerability. And to do that, you must become aware of the somatic feedback loop. Your body is sending data to your brain constantly. The position of your spine, the openness of your chest, the depth of your breath. All of it feeds into your mind's interpretation of the world. In a slouched, shallow breathing posture, the brain receives a message. Collapse, defend, stay small. In an upright, relaxed, open posture, the message becomes stability, presence, possibility. You cannot lie to your nervous system. It believes what you do. The fastest way to begin unifying the mind and body is to interrupt the stress pattern and introduce a new signal of safety. This is done through somatic intelligence, learning to feel, identify, and release stored patterns not through thinking, but through awareness and conscious movement. Try this. Next time you feel triggered, tense, anxious, overwhelmed, don't analyze. Pause. Get still. Ask one question. Where is this in my body? You might feel it as a tight jaw, a knot in the stomach, a clenched fist. Now, instead of naming the emotion, breathe into that spot. Send oxygen, attention, and awareness. Not to control it, just to witness it. This simple act reestablishes internal connection. The body no longer feels ignored or overridden by the mind. The nervous system begins to soften. And in that softening, energy begins to move. That movement is healing. It's not always dramatic, but it's real. And every time you repeat it, you're training your system to experience emotion without fear and without suppression. When mind and body begin speaking the same language, you enter a new category of intelligence. It's not IQ. It's not EQ. It's what could be called integration quotient, your ability to respond to life as one whole system, not fragmented parts. In this state, growth is no longer an uphill battle. The body isn't resisting what the mind wants. The nervous system isn't treating change as a threat. The energetic system becomes congruent, and congruence generates clarity. And clarity creates speed. Decisions are faster. Emotions are cleaner. Energy is preserved. You become stable in your expansion, grounded in your growth, and powerful in your peace. Let's get even more practical. To begin reintegrating the mind and body in your daily life, start your day with sensation. Before checking your phone or thoughts, check your body. Notice what's tight, what's open, what's asking for movement. Use conscious breath throughout your day. The breath is the one function that's both automatic and controllable. It's the bridge between mind and body. Build your practice of somatic scanning. Don't just reflect mentally. Learn to reflect physically. What are you storing today? What wants release? Move with intention. Whether it's stretching, walking, or training, move in ways that support your nervous system, not just your goals. End your day with energetic release. Before sleep, give the body permission to let go of the day. This is not symbolic, it's systemic. These aren't rituals. These are reprogramming protocols. And every time you apply them, you reinforce the unity between your thinking mind and your sensing body. You're no longer fighting for control over your thoughts. You're now cultivating influence over your entire internal system. And with influence comes precision. With precision comes alignment. And with alignment comes power. The mind isn't pulling in one direction while the body resists. The entire system is now flowing as one, coherent, strong, adaptable, and responsive. And this is where your transformation accelerates. Because once mind and body are aligned, you gain access to one of the most advanced capabilities of the human system, the ability to recode the brain itself. Up next, we move from integration to acceleration, using advanced neuroplasticity techniques to rewire habits, beliefs, and identity faster than ever before. You're not going to think your way into a new self. You're going to wire it deliberately and permanently. Next, neuroplasticity on steroids, how to rewire your brain in days, not years. You've now united the two halves of your system. The mind is no longer acting alone. The body is no longer resisting silently. Together, they're forming a single feedback loop of awareness, sensation, and action. That loop is your new baseline, and it unlocks the next phase of transformation. Neuroplasticity. This isn't just a scientific buzzword. It's the process that allows your brain to rewire its own circuitry based on experience, emotion, attention, and repetition. But here's the part most people miss. You don't need years to change. You need precision and intensity in short bursts. The brain isn't loyal to time. It's loyal to frequency and repetition. When the right signal is delivered with clarity and emotion, the brain changes faster than anyone's ever told you. And that's exactly what we're doing next. Let's start with how neuroplasticity actually works. Your brain contains billions of neurons, each capable of forming connections, called synapses, with others. These connections form networks that shape your thoughts, behaviors, emotions, and identity. Each time you think a thought or perform an action, you strengthen the associated pathway. Think of it like carving a trail through a forest. The more times you walk it, the clearer and faster it becomes. This is good when the patterns serve you. But most people unknowingly reinforce patterns they don't want. Self-doubt, procrastination, fear, anger, guilt. These states aren't accidental. They're memorized. The goal is to interrupt those automatic loops and create new ones on purpose. And the key to doing that isn't duration. It's intensity plus precision plus repetition. Let's make this practical. Your brain learns fastest under these three conditions: heightened emotional states, novelty, focused attention. That's your neuroplasticity trigger formula. When you combine these three, the brain becomes hypersuggestible. It starts recording new input with more speed and permanence. The old neural circuits don't just fade, they're replaced. You've already learned how coherence between mind and body creates alignment. Now, you'll use that same principle to engineer rapid neurological shifts. This is how you create identity-level upgrades in days, not years. Let's break this down into a step-by-step protocol you can use. Step 1. Heightened state activation. The brain changes fastest when it senses urgency or importance. That doesn't mean fear. It means intensity. Exercise, breath work, music, cold exposure, fasted movement. These all work. The moment your system enters an intense state, it's primed for reprogramming. Use this window wisely. Think of it like pressing record on a blank track. When your emotional intensity spikes, so does your neurological plasticity. Step 2. Deliver the new pattern. While in this heightened state, inject the exact belief, thought, or behavior you want to reinforce. This isn't passive affirmations. It's embodied commands. Speak it, visualize it, feel it in your body. The more multisensory your command, the more neurons fire and wire. Want to program confidence? Stand, move, breathe, and speak like the most confident version of you. Do it repeatedly while emotionally activated. The brain doesn't question the new input. It records it. Step 3. Repeat across multiple days. New circuits need reinforcement. That's why spaced repetition is vital. Don't do 2 hours once. Do 3 minutes 4 times a day. Each time, reactivate the state. Deliver the same command. Then pause. Let it settle. Don't rush to do something. Let the brain consolidate the pattern. The most powerful neurological shifts happen between sessions, in the recovery, not the effort. And here's the part most people miss. You're not trying to force belief. You're training familiarity. The brain doesn't care if something is true or positive. It cares if it's familiar. Familiarity equals safety. So when you make a new belief familiar enough, the nervous system stops fighting it. That's how someone afraid of public speaking becomes a confident speaker. Not through theory, through repeated familiarity with the experience of confidence. So ask yourself, what are you making familiar? Is it chaos or calm, stress or stability, survival or expansion? Because whatever you're most familiar with is what your brain will automate. And automation is the endgame of neuroplasticity. Let's bring this even closer to application. When you want to rewire a belief like, I'm not good enough, you don't battle it with logic. That approach will always lose to emotion. Instead, you identify how the belief feels in your body. Tight throat, drooping shoulders, short breath. Then you consciously shift. Open the chest, deepen the breath, raise the head. Now you introduce a contradictory state. Not in words, but in energy. Feel power. Speak truth. Breathe rhythmically. Your body becomes the teacher. Your brain becomes the student. And with enough repetition, the old pattern loses signal strength. The new one gains dominance. That's neuroplasticity in real time. Still think it takes 21 days to build a habit? Here's what the neuroscience actually shows. If the emotional intensity and consistency are high enough, it takes hours, not weeks. The issue isn't time, it's the quality of signal you're sending. You could repeat an affirmation 1,000 times in a flat, disconnected voice and still feel nothing. Or you could feel a new belief intensely for 5 minutes and shift the entire neural architecture it lives on. You get what you signal, not what you say. So now you're not just aware of old patterns, you're replacing them. You're not negotiating with the old wiring, you're overriding it. And because your body and brain are now speaking in sync, you no longer experience resistance as pain. You experience it as an indicator. Something's about to shift. This is a turning point. You've now accessed the speed of transformation. You understand how to rewire thought patterns, belief systems, and emotional circuits not through effort, but through intelligent signaling. And yet, there's still one major lever of transformation that's been waiting. Your emotional system. Because even if you've trained the mind and regulated the body, if you don't know how to work with emotions as energy, you'll continue treating them as distractions. Rather than as power, you're about to see why emotions aren't barriers, they're batteries. And when you learn to convert fear, grief, or anger into motion, growth becomes fuel efficient. It's time to transmute. Next, emotions as energy, how to transmute fear into fuel. Your brain is now rewiring. Your body has stopped resisting your growth. But there's one more system, fully active, deeply misunderstood, and largely untapped. Your emotions. Not just feelings, not just mood swings, raw energetic data, unprocessed power. Most people treat emotions like obstacles, something to suppress, avoid, or get past. But the truth is, your emotional system is a battery. One that can either drain you when misused or supercharge you when fully accessed. And it begins with understanding one fundamental principle. Emotion is motion, not metaphorically, literally. Every emotion sends a measurable wave through your physiology, heart rate, hormonal shifts, muscle tone, breath rhythm. Your entire biochemistry changes in response to emotion. It's not psychological, it's electrical. And once you stop labeling emotions as good or bad, once you start treating them as energy signals, you gain access to a hidden power source inside your system. Let's make that real. Let's start with fear. Fear is one of the most avoided emotions. It makes your stomach twist. It shortens your breath. It freezes your thinking. So naturally, most people repress it. But here's the twist. Fear and excitement are nearly identical physiologically. Both increase adrenaline. Both raise heart rate. Both shift your awareness into the present. The only difference is the story you attach to the sensation. This means fear isn't your enemy. It's a charged signal looking for new context. When you feel fear and say, "This is threat," you shrink. When you feel fear and say, "This is activation," you expand. The emotion is the same. The meaning changes the motion. That's emotional transmutation. So how do you transmute an emotion? First, stop naming it too fast. Labels come from the mind. But emotion starts in the body. When you rush to define it, you lock yourself into an old narrative. Instead, practice emotional sensation awareness. Feel it before you name it. Let it exist as a vibration. Ask yourself, where do I feel this? What shape is it? Is it moving or still? Is it hot, cold, sharp, heavy? This isn't about control. It's about witnessing the frequency underneath the feeling. Once you do, you create distance between sensation and reaction. You're no longer trapped in the emotion. You're now working with the energy. Here's the key. Every emotional charge carries momentum. It wants to go somewhere. If you suppress it, it becomes internal pressure, stored as tension, fatigue, or illness. If you overexpress it, it becomes chaos, destructive to self or others. But if you learn to channel it, you access transformation. Let's take another emotion. Anger. When repressed, anger becomes depression. When expressed unconsciously, it becomes harm. But when channeled, it becomes clarity and boundary. Anger tells you where your values have been violated. It reveals where your power has been denied. If you stop fearing anger and start listening to it, it becomes a laser, not a bomb. Fear equals activation. Anger equals direction. Grief equals release. Joy equals expansion. Shame equals misalignment. These are not random mood states. These are internal navigation systems. When you ignore them, you lose your internal compass. When you listen to them without judgment, they lead you into coherence. Now let's talk about the real transmutation process, the conversion of emotion into energy that serves your evolution. Here's a 3-step method that will train your system to alchemize any emotional state. Step 1. Locate the energy. Before labeling, get still. Let the emotion surface without suppression or explanation. Scan your body. Find where it's speaking. Breathe into that space. This is not meditation. It's awareness with purpose. Step 2. Allow movement. Emotion wants motion. That might mean shaking your hands, stretching, walking, vocalizing, or breathing intensely. Movement without narrative allows stored energy to release without reinforcing the old story. Example, you're anxious. Instead of repeating, "I'm anxious," you get up, move your body, shake your limbs, breathe deep, and let the tension express through motion. Now you've completed the loop. You didn't trap the emotion. You freed it. Step 3. Assign new direction. Once the charge softens, you introduce a new intention. Not a thought, an embodied decision. You ask, how can I use this energy? Anger becomes action. Grief becomes connection. Fear becomes awareness. In this final step, the emotion becomes fuel. You've metabolized it, not avoided, not suppressed, not exploded. Transmuted. Now let's correct one major misconception. Many believe that emotional mastery means being calm all the time. It doesn't. Emotional mastery means being responsive, not reactive. It means using the full emotional keyboard, not staying stuck on one note. You're not becoming emotionless. You're becoming energetically intelligent. And when you develop that intelligence, you gain a new kind of influence, not over others, but over your state. And your state determines your outcome more than your strategy ever will. Let's apply this to real-time transformation. Say you've just faced rejection. Emotion rises. Your body tightens. Old patterns want to say, see, I'm not enough. Stop. Don't engage the narrative. Instead, feel the tension. Locate it. Move with it. Breathe through it. Then decide, what state serves me now? This is emotional sovereignty. It's the point where your nervous system begins trusting you again. You're no longer a prisoner of emotional reactions. You're the interpreter, the transmitter, the converter. When people say emotions are weakness, they're revealing a lack of training, not a lack of truth. You've now learned how to transmute emotion into aligned energy. Fear no longer stops you. Anger no longer owns you. Sadness no longer defines you. Instead, these states become messengers. And once you've heard the message, you can use the energy. This is real freedom. And now that emotional power is flowing, your frequency begins to rise. You're no longer in survival chemistry. You're entering a different bandwidth entirely. And that brings us to the next evolution. Your frequency isn't just a byproduct of thought or emotion. It's the language you speak to the quantum field. Let's tune that signal. Next, the frequency of you tuning your vibration for high-performance living. You've felt the shift. Your brain is rewiring. Your body is listening. Your emotions are no longer your enemy. They're your energy source. Now we move into the field that governs everything you attract, sustain, and manifest, your frequency. You're not just a body. You're a signal. And that signal is always broadcasting. Whether you're conscious of it or not, every thought, every breath, every emotional wave is transmitting a vibration into your immediate environment and far beyond it. Frequency isn't a metaphor. It's measurable. It's how the universe interprets your internal state. It's how others perceive your presence before you speak. And it's how opportunity, resistance, chaos, or abundance find you. If you're constantly asking for change but transmitting uncertainty, you won't get alignment, you'll get distortion. If you're mentally saying one thing but energetically being another, your signal gets scrambled and life responds accordingly. The solution isn't more effort. The signal coherence. Let's define what frequency really means. Every atom in your body vibrates. Those vibrations create an electromagnetic field. That field expands beyond your skin, your thoughts, even your words. It's shaped by one thing, your state. When you feel peace, your heart rhythm becomes smooth. Your brainwaves stabilize. Your electromagnetic field expands. This is coherence. When you feel anger or fear, that rhythm becomes erratic. Your field contracts. That contraction creates tension. Not just inside you, but around you. And here's what most people never realize. Other people, situations, and outcomes respond to your field before you even speak. Ever walked into a room and felt someone's energy? That's their field. Ever had someone say, I'm fine, but everything in your body knew they weren't? That's the vibration, not the words, communicating truth. You're doing the same thing all day long. You're not just living in the world. You're tuning it, actively, constantly. So now the question becomes, how do you consciously tune your frequency? The first shift is awareness. Your frequency is determined by the dominant signal you're broadcasting. That means not just what you think, but what you rehearse internally. Are you rehearsing stress? Are you rehearsing peace? Are you rehearsing regret? Are you rehearsing expansion? Whatever loop you rehearse becomes the signal you emit. And your signal shapes your reality not through mysticism, but through resonance. Resonance is the phenomenon where matching frequencies amplify each other. When you emit a low signal, you attract reinforcing situations. When your frequency is high, stable, and clear, you pull in everything aligned with that state. It's not positive thinking. It's quantum physics. Let's go from concept to command. To shift your frequency on demand, use the Trinity of Vibration. Breath. Your breath rate directly influences your heart rhythm, which directly shapes your frequency. Long, even breaths equals smoother waves equals stronger field. Posture. How you hold yourself sends a vibration signal to your nervous system and to others. Upright, open posture signals safety, confidence, and expansion. That becomes the new broadcast. Emotion. What you feel creates the strongest vibration of all. Thought without feeling is static, but feeling adds voltage. It makes your broadcast louder. You don't need to be in a perfect mood all the time. You need to be in a clean one that's coherent with your intention. You can feel grief and still emit strength. You can feel doubt and still carry clarity. It's about coherence, not control. Let's apply this in real time. Say you're walking into an important conversation. Your mind is trying to stay positive, but your body is tense and your breath is shallow. What's your actual signal? It's stress. Even if your words sound confident, your field says otherwise. Now you pause. You inhale deeply. You open your chest. You remember your why. You tap into a real, grounded emotion. Trust, clarity, courage. Suddenly your signal changes. You're not faking confidence, you're broadcasting alignment. And that changes how the world responds. You don't need to control outcomes. You need to manage the quality of your field. This is why some people seem lucky. It's not luck. It's frequency alignment. When your internal state is stable, energized, and resonant, people feel it. Systems feel it. Opportunities feel it. And they match it. This is how leaders influence without speaking. This is how artists create from flow. This is how visionaries pull the future into the present. They're not hustling harder. They're broadcasting clearer. Now let's correct one of the most damaging myths in personal growth. That raising your vibration means pretending to be happy. It doesn't. Raising your vibration means bringing awareness, regulation, and emotional truth into your system. Then choosing how to hold yourself, breathe, and feel in that truth. It's not about bypassing pain. It's about becoming energetically honest, and then choosing your next state deliberately. That's power. Let's build a daily tuning ritual. Simple, consistent, transformational. Morning frequency scan. Ask, what's my signal right now? Don't judge. Just listen. Conscious breath set. 3 minutes of deep, even breath. Inhale for 4, hold for 4, exhale for 6. Repeat. This resets your field. Embodied emotion primer. Think of one emotion that serves your intention for the day. Embody it. Let it grow inside you. Move your body until it matches. Signal broadcast. Choose a single sentence that encapsulates your identity. Speak it out loud while holding that energy. That's not self-help. That's frequency training. And just like strength training or skill development, your signal gets stronger every time you practice. You won't just feel different. You'll be different. Because frequency isn't just what you send out. It's who you become. You've now tuned your mind, your body, and your energy into a coherent signal. You're no longer attracting chaos unconsciously. You're now calling in alignment with intent. But there's still one massive illusion that keeps people from applying all this in the most transformative way possible: time. Because everything you've learned so far means nothing if your internal story keeps saying, "It's too late. I've always been this way. That's just how I am." These aren't personality traits. These are temporal traps. They're outdated programs tied to linear time. Next, we will shatter the illusion of past and future, so you can reclaim the most powerful tool you've been giving away, your timeline. Let's rewire it. Next, Time is a lie, rewriting your past to engineer your future. You've tuned your frequency. You now understand that energy isn't passive. It's something you generate, shape, and broadcast. But there's still something beneath the surface, pulling at your momentum. Subtle, persistent, often invisible. It's the hidden influence of time. Not time as the ticking of a clock, but time as a mental architecture you've been trained to obey. Every memory, every regret, every identity script, they live inside you as if they are facts. But they're not. They're frames. And frames can be rewritten. The next shift is perhaps the most radical of all. You're not stuck because of who you are. You're stuck because of how you've mapped time inside your system. And that map is wrong. Let's get clear. Time, as your nervous system understands it, is not linear. It's associative. That means your body and subconscious don't experience time in a logical sequence. They experience time through repetition and emotional intensity. You think you're living in the present, but your reactions are still echoing from 5, 10, even 20 years ago. Your identity has become a reflection of unprocessed emotional moments that are still live in your system. When something today feels like something from the past, your nervous system pulls up that old memory, complete with emotion, reaction, and belief. It doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't wait for context. That's not trauma. That's time confusion. Now here's where the breakthrough lives. If your system treats emotionally charged memories as present, you can manually alter how those memories are encoded. Not by erasing them, but by changing the energy and story attached to them. That changes your emotional baseline. That shifts your identity timeline. And that opens a new trajectory in your future, not by fantasizing about it, but by decoding and redirecting the past. Let's break this down. Your brain creates internal maps, called neural networks, that link memories, emotions, and reactions. Every time you revisit a memory and feel it intensely, you strengthen that network. And this is the part that changes everything, every time you recall a memory, you re-edit it slightly. This is called memory reconsolidation. It's a scientifically proven process. When you recall a memory, it becomes temporarily malleable, open to influence. And if you introduce a new emotional or cognitive frame while it's active, the memory updates. You're not a prisoner of your past. You are its editor. Let's make this practical. Choose a moment in your past that still triggers shame, regret, or fear. Step 1. Activate the memory. Bring it into conscious awareness. Let the image or situation become vivid, but don't slip into the old emotion yet. Step 2. Shift your body. Sit or stand in a powerful posture. Regulate your breath. Signal to your nervous system that this version of you is different. Step 3. Bring in the wisdom of now. Speak out loud what the past version of you didn't know. Talk to them like a mentor, not a judge. This is the reframe. This is where you shift meaning. Step 4. Anchor the new frame. Breathe it in. Feel it in your body. Let the new emotion rise. If the old version of you felt shame, you feel strength. If they felt fear, you feel clarity. This isn't visualization. This is neurological reprogramming. You've just updated the emotional charge of a memory. You've changed your internal timeline. Do this enough times and your entire identity shifts, not by forcing change, but by removing outdated weight. And what about the future? Most people project their past into their future unconsciously. They assume who they've been is who they'll be. That's not destiny. That's lazy patterning. Your nervous system does this because it craves familiarity. Familiarity equals safety, so it builds future expectations out of old experiences, even if they were painful. The way to break this loop is to interrupt your predicted future and install a new one deliberately. Here's how. First, identify what your system expects. Not what you hope for, but what your nervous system actually believes will happen. You'll know by how your body reacts when you think about your future. Tight? Heavy? Apathetic? That's your real signal. Next, create a counter-expectation. Not just a dream, but a new probable reality, grounded in your current frequency. One that feels slightly out of reach but not fantasy level. Then, rehearse this reality. Speak it. Move with it. Align with it now. This signals to your subconscious that the timeline has shifted. You're no longer heading where you were. You've taken a new path, and your system begins preparing for it. This is not manifestation theory. This is future encoding. And it works because your system responds to what feels real, not what looks logical. So here's the formula. Clear the past by releasing emotional charges from memories that no longer define you. Interrupt the future by breaking predicted patterns your system has accepted as inevitable. Create the now by anchoring new emotional baselines in your body, breath, and frequency. This realigns your timeline, past, present, and future, into a single coherent signal. And when time becomes fluid, so does progress. Growth stops being linear. It becomes quantum. Jumps, leaps, collapses, accelerates, because you're no longer bound by who you were. You're no longer chasing who you hope to be. You're tuning into what already exists, just outside the echo of your old timeline. Now you understand. Time is not the force shaping you. You are the force shaping time. And when you can bend your timeline, memories become tools, not weights. Goals become commands, not wishes. The future becomes familiar, not foreign. You're no longer haunted by the past. You're not fantasizing about the future. You're reprogramming both, from the now. And that changes what comes next. Because once your timeline is freed, there's another hidden force ready to be unlocked. One that connects every part of this transformation so far. It's not physical. It's not even mental. It's the awareness that sees everything you think, feel, do, and attract. It's the observer. Let's step into it. Next, the observer effect, how noticing yourself can change everything. Your relationship with time has shifted. You're no longer living in reaction to a linear past. You're not projecting recycled patterns into the future. You've taken authorship of your timeline. Now you step into something even more foundational. Because beneath all your thoughts, behind all your emotions, beyond every programmed reaction, there's a layer of consciousness that never changes. It doesn't judge. It doesn't fear. It doesn't get triggered. It simply observes. And in that observation lies power most people will never access. This is not philosophy. This is not abstraction. This is the observer effect, a real, measurable principle in quantum physics, and one of the most profound truths in personal transformation. Because once you fully understand what it means to observe yourself, you'll stop being ruled by patterns. You'll start redirecting them. In quantum mechanics, the observer effect describes a strange but consistent phenomenon. When a particle is not being observed, it exists in a field of probabilities. When it is observed, it collapses into a specific reality. Your consciousness acts the same way. When you are unconscious, running on autopilot, you exist in loops, habits, predictable reactions. But the moment you bring full awareness to a pattern, it shifts. Observation collapses possibility into clarity. Attention reorders chaos into choice. And here's what most people don't realize. Your nervous system doesn't need perfection to evolve. It just needs awareness without resistance. That alone changes everything. Let's bring this to real life. Say you feel triggered again. Maybe it's self-doubt, frustration, shame, or an old fear pattern that keeps showing up. The usual reaction is to identify with it. I'm anxious again. I'm failing. I can't get rid of this. But this language traps you, diffuses you to the pattern. You become the experience instead of the witness of the experience. Now try this instead. I notice anxiety arising in my chest. I observe a part of me feeling fear. I see the thought, I'm not ready, trying to take hold. Do you feel the difference? You've created distance. You've moved from identification to observation. And in that distance, you're no longer powerless. You're in command. The emotion hasn't disappeared, but your relationship to it has changed. That's not repression. That's leadership of awareness. Most people think change happens when the emotion disappears. It doesn't. Change happens when your observer becomes more stable than your reaction. Let's go deeper. Every part of your system, mind, body, emotion, is constantly broadcasting signals. But they all report to one command center, attention. Where your attention goes, energy flows. Where energy flows, behavior follows. Where behavior repeats, identity forms. So if your attention is hijacked by reactive thoughts, emotional loops, and unconscious behaviors, your energy stays stuck. But once you shift into the observer state, you reclaim your energy. You stop being the reaction, and you start noticing the pattern. That noticing is the moment you move from program to powerful. Let's get practical. How do you train the observer? Start with micropauses throughout your day. Moments where you ask, who is noticing this? It might be a thought, a sensation, a mood, a craving. Instead of responding, you stop. Just for a second. You witness. You're not judging. You're not fixing. You're not escaping. You're seeing. That single act starts to retrain your brain. Because the more often you pause to observe, the more you condition your system to recognize patterns as options, not absolutes. That's the gateway to mastery. Now here's the most important part. The observer is neutral. It doesn't shame. It doesn't dramatize. It doesn't overanalyze. It simply watches. This neutrality is critical, because most people notice themselves only to punish. I'm doing it again. I always mess up. I'll never change. That's not awareness. That's judgment masquerading as awareness. Real observation is non-attached noticing. It's this is happening, not this defines me. And when your awareness becomes clean, your system becomes responsive, not defensive. That responsiveness opens the door to quantum decision-making. Because now, instead of reacting from the past, you can choose from the present. Let's bring this into your identity work. Your current identity is a collage of past patterns, memories, and beliefs, most of which were installed without conscious choice. But the observer isn't bound to that identity. It sees through it. And when you train yourself to observe even the most automatic identities, the achiever, the avoider, the fixer, the anxious one, you begin dissolving them. Not by force, not by overanalysis, by witnessing their limitation. Every time you observe a false identity without reacting to it, its grip weakens. Every time you notice a trigger without fusing to it, your power expands. And as observation becomes your default, choice becomes your weapon. Let's build your observer activation protocol. Name the pattern. I see that I'm about to react the same way. Locate the sensation. I feel the tension in my chest. Shift to the observer. I am aware of this reaction, but I am not this reaction. Pause without judgment. Let the pattern exist without trying to control it. Just witness. Choose with clarity. After the pause, act from the new identity, not the reflexive one. This simple process rewires your brain from automatic to intentional. Not slowly, immediately. You don't change the pattern by hating it. You change it by no longer needing it. And here's the final truth. The observer is always present. You don't need to create it. You only need to access it. It's the part of you that never changes. The core awareness that's been watching since the beginning, through every emotion, every thought, every stage of your evolution. And now that you've learned how to shift into that awareness, your foundation is unshakable. Because next, we explore how to create massive life shifts from the smallest possible inputs. You've stopped reacting. Now it's time to redirect your life with quantum precision. Next, micro habits, mega shifts, the science of quantum scale actions. You're now aware of the observer within you, a stable, neutral intelligence that allows you to respond rather than react. Now, the next layer of transformation is this compound power, the way small, repeated actions create quantum-level results. This isn't about big changes. It's about small actions done with alignment and precision. The truth is, most people are chasing transformation through intensity, when what they need is consistency powered by identity. Because your nervous system doesn't change when you act once with force. It changes when you signal the same truth repeatedly until it becomes familiar. That's where micro habits come in. They aren't casual tips or trendy tricks. They're tiny, deliberate, identity-shaping rituals that alter the entire structure of who you are becoming. Let's break down exactly how this works. At any given moment, your subconscious is scanning for three things. What is normal for me? What is familiar to me? What is safe for me? That's your identity loop. And it runs underneath every decision you make. When you try to make huge changes all at once, your system goes on alert. Too much unfamiliarity equals threat response. That's why people sabotage themselves after a great start. The changes weren't wrong. They were just too foreign, too fast. But micro-habits work differently. They bypass that threat response by introducing subtle new instructions into the subconscious environment. Little shifts that say, "This is now who I am." Over time, the subconscious accepts this new baseline as truth. And once that happens, change is no longer effort, it's default. Let's get specific. A micro-habit is a small, repeatable action that takes under 2 minutes but is linked to a much larger identity or intention. And the key is precision. The wrong micro-habit is a distraction. The right one is a frequency anchor. Let's say you're shifting into a more focused, clear, grounded version of yourself. A generic micro-habit might be, read a page a day. That's fine. But that's not identity-based. A precision micro-habit would be, before I touch my phone in the morning, I breathe deeply 3 times while saying the words, "I choose clarity." Now that habit is anchored in state, intention, and identity. It's not a behavior, it's a signal. This is the science behind quantum scale action. It's small enough to repeat daily. It's emotionally loaded enough to shift your state. It's identity-driven enough to reshape your self-perception. And here's the truth no one teaches. It's not about how much you do. It's about what state you do it from. You could meditate for 30 minutes in a scattered state and get little benefit. Or you could take a 30-second micro-habit aligned with your future self and create a massive ripple in your nervous system and energy field. Because the state creates the signal. Let's build your personal micro-habit matrix. Here's the structure. Choose the identity shift you're claiming. Example, I am stable under pressure. Define one emotion that supports that identity. Example, calm. Create one 60-second action that embodies that emotion. Example, every time I feel tension in my body, I pause, drop my shoulders, and exhale slowly. This is your micro-habit. Takes seconds. But the impact is exponential because the repetition encodes a new emotional memory. Every time you perform the action, you're not just acting differently. You're becoming different. Let's clarify the difference between a micro-habit and a task. A task is something you check off a list. A micro-habit is a signal you send to your subconscious and energetic system. Tasks affect your schedule. Micro-habits affect your state. That's why the right micro-habit, done with intention, can shift your entire day and eventually your entire trajectory. Here are some high-leverage micro-habits you can implement today. State reset habit. Every time you sit at your desk, pause for 5 seconds, inhale fully, and choose your state. Identity anchor habit. Speak one sentence about who you are becoming every time you brush your teeth. Energetic hygiene habit. At the end of each day, shake your hands and exhale to release any energy that isn't yours. Focus pulse habit. Every hour on the hour, close your eyes for 10 seconds, focus on your breath, and ask, what matters now? These aren't tricks. These are frequency upgrades disguised as daily behaviors. Now let's talk about compounding. Here's where the exponential curve kicks in. Day 1, nothing seems to change. Day 3, you feel more stable. Day 10, you start acting without thinking. Day 30, others notice something's different. Day 60, you don't recognize your old patterns anymore. Why? Because the habit didn't just shift your behavior. It rewrote your internal signal. And that signal changed what your reality mirrored back to you. Micro habits lead to macro shifts because your subconscious respects consistency. And what happens when you inevitably skip a day? Nothing if your identity stays intact. The goal of micro habits is not to be perfect. It's to make your identity stable enough that one missed action doesn't undo the internal structure. You're not building discipline. You're building familiarity with a new signal. And once that familiarity reaches a threshold, the habit becomes part of your field. This is why massive external changes don't always create internal change. You can change your job, your location, your relationships, but if your signal doesn't shift, the pattern finds you again. But micro shifts, they change the pattern at its root. And once you start stacking them, 3, 5, 10, your entire life starts to move differently. Not because you forced it, because you coded it. That's not behavior change. That's identity evolution. You've now learned how to compress action into powerful frequency imprints. No more waiting for motivation. No more chasing change through extremes. You're applying subtle, deliberate pressure on your internal system and watching the external world reorganize in response. But now, you're ready for the most personal transformation of all. You've shifted your actions. Now it's time to shift who you believe you are. Because until you change your identity loop, your habits are just decorations. Let's break the loop once and for all. Next, breaking the identity loop. Who are you? Really? You've just learned how micro-habits can engineer massive results, not by forcing change, but by signaling new identity structures into place. But here's the paradox. No habit, no mindset, no affirmation will hold its power if it's sitting on top of an outdated identity loop. Because even when you change your behaviors, your system is still asking a silent question. Does this align with who I believe I am? If the answer is no, the change will be temporary. That's not failure. That's feedback. To create lasting transformation, you don't just upgrade what you do, you upgrade who you are being. This is where most transformation efforts collapse. People try to change actions without ever questioning the identity they're rooted in. And that identity, it's not truth. It's habitual memory. Let's get clear on what identity really is. It's not your personality. It's not your job title. It's not your story. Identity is your internal prediction engine. It's the accumulated memory of what you expect from yourself, emotionally, mentally, behaviorally. It's built through repeated experiences and reinforced beliefs. And over time, it becomes so familiar that you stop questioning it. Statements like, I'm always overthinking. I procrastinate when things get hard. I never follow through. I need external validation to feel enough. These aren't observations. They're scripts. And you run them because your system prefers a familiar limitation over an unfamiliar breakthrough. Why? Because predictability feels safer than expansion until you teach your nervous system otherwise. To break the identity loop, you must first do what most never attempt. Observe the identity without defending it. Most people protect their identity because it feels like survival. Even when it hurts, it's known. Even when it limits, it's stable. But once you see it as a collection of outdated assumptions, not as you create separation. And in that separation, you regain command. Let's map this. Your nervous system wants safety. Familiar identity equals perceived safety. Change equals potential threat. So your system resists change to preserve identity. Until you intentionally update the identity and teach your system that expansion is safe. And you do that by rewriting the loop. Here's how the identity loop functions. Belief, behavior, result, reinforcement, repeat. You believe you're a certain way, so you act in accordance with that belief. You get a result that matches the expectation. That result reinforces the belief, and the loop tightens. But here's the quantum key. If you change the belief at the start, or the interpretation of the result at the end, you interrupt the loop. Example, old loop. I'm not good at speaking. I avoid opportunities. I stay quiet. No one sees my value. I reinforce that I'm not good at speaking. Now change the start. New loop. I'm learning to express clearly. I take a small risk. I speak briefly in a group. I get acknowledgement. I reinforce the new belief. That shift didn't require perfection. It required alignment. The identity moved because the system was no longer protecting the old self-image. Let's bring this closer. You likely have multiple identity anchors running your system right now. Some conscious, some deeply unconscious. Here are the big ones to watch for. The achiever. I am valuable when I perform. The fixer, I am safe when I solve problems for others. The lone wolf, I survive best when I rely on no one. The overthinker, I stay in control by analyzing everything. The underdog, I'm always overlooked, so I have to prove myself. These are not personality traits. They are protective mechanisms built on outdated events. And the moment you bring full awareness to them, you weaken their authority. Because what you notice, you can re-choose. An identity is a choice once you stop letting the past write it for you. Let's create your identity shift blueprint. Step 1. Name the current loop. I believe I am under, so I keep doing and it creates. Get brutally honest. No fluff, no blame. Just name the pattern. Step 2. Find the origin memory. When did you first start believing that? Go back to the first moment you felt that identity form. Don't get stuck in the story. Just locate the root. Step 3. Introduce the observer. Who would you be without that belief? What would your body feel like? Pause. Let your nervous system experience that gap. This gap is where the transformation starts. Step 4. Install the upgraded identity. This must be specific, emotional, and practiced daily. Examples. I trust myself in the unknown. I am safe expressing power. I no longer trade peace for validation. I choose presence over pattern. This is not wishful thinking. This is identity coding. Your system doesn't accept new identity through logic. It accepts it through repetition plus emotion plus congruent action. So once you speak the new identity, act on it immediately. Tiny actions, big commitment, total coherence. And now the biggest secret. You don't become a new identity by fixing the old one. You become it by stopping the rehearsal of the old loop. That's it. Every time you refuse to play out the old character, even if you do nothing else, you win. Because energy not invested in the past becomes momentum for the future. You are not your trauma. You are not your habits. You are not your history. You are the one who chooses what stays in your system. And from this moment forward, the choice is yours. You've broken the loop. You've exposed the script. You're now in the space where you can author yourself with precision. But we're not done. Because even with identity aligned, there's another force that determines the pace and depth of your expansion. Your drivers. What's moving you? Is it desire, fear, pressure, alignment? Now that the old self is dissolving, let's replace your internal engine with something far more intelligent and infinitely more sustainable. Next, the myth of motivation, what drives you at the quantum level. You've just broken the identity loop. You've exposed the scripts that were masquerading as who you are. Now you're no longer reacting from a past self-image. You're constructing something coherent, chosen, and future-aligned. But the question now becomes, what's moving you forward? Because once identity shifts, your fuel source has to evolve with it. Otherwise, you'll find yourself using the same old pressure systems, just in a new container. That's where motivation becomes a trap. Most people chase motivation like it's some rare state, something you have to catch on a good day or manufacture through force. But this approach is built on a faulty model. It assumes that you need to feel driven in order to take action. Not true. The truth is far more powerful and far more liberating. You don't need motivation. You need alignment. Because when your actions, emotions, and identity are aligned, movement becomes automatic. And when they're not, no amount of motivational hype will make it sustainable. Let's look at the problem with motivation as it's usually taught. It's conditional. It's unpredictable. It's emotionally unstable. It reinforces the belief that you can only act when you feel like it. That's the old model. And it fails people every single day. Because in reality, your most powerful actions don't come from feeling hyped up. They come from feeling integrated. When you're integrated, you move not from adrenaline but from clarity. Not from emotional spikes but from energetic alignment. This is the quantum driver model. Let's simplify. You have two types of internal fuel: reactive drive, fear-based urgency. I'm not enough unless I do more. Resonant drive, frequency-based clarity. I act because it feels like truth. The first creates burnout, anxiety, resentment, and sabotage. The second creates sustainability, power, flow, and precision. And the only way to access resonant drive is to stop asking yourself, how do I stay motivated? And start asking, what state am I operating from? Because your state determines your speed. Your state dictates your signal. And your state is what tells your body, we are safe to grow here. Let's walk through the actual mechanics of quantum level drive. Your internal drive is regulated by a set of neurochemical signals, dopamine, serotonin, norepinephrine, and others. Most people chase dopamine spikes through external wins, likes, recognition, progress. But that creates a loop where you're only motivated when there's visible reward. That's fragile. It's externally controlled. The alternative? Train your system to associate internal coherence with reward. Here's how that looks. You take action aligned with your new identity. You feel emotionally congruent with the action, no friction. You acknowledge the alignment, not just the result. Your brain releases dopamine in response to the coherence, not the outcome. Your system reinforces. That felt good. Let's repeat it. Now motivation is no longer based on outcome. It's based on energetic correctness. That's sustainable. That's scalable. That's transformation. Here's a practical framework for transitioning from reactive to resonant drive. Step 1. Identify your historical driver. Ask, what has typically driven me? Proving my worth? Avoiding failure? Seeking approval? Fear of being left behind? Be honest. There's no shame, only awareness. Step 2. Feel the cost. How does that driver show up in your body? Tight jaw? Overthinking? Nervous urgency? Let your nervous system register the cost. This helps you stop romanticizing that reactive state as hustle or drive. Step 3. Choose the new internal signal. What energy do you want to drive you now? Grounded certainty? Peaceful power? Clear purpose? Choose one. Let your body feel what that energy would be like to act from. Step 4. Anchor it in action. Now take one small action from that energy. Not because you're chasing a result, but because it feels like the right frequency to move from. Then repeat. The more you reinforce this pattern, the more your body associates aligned state equals forward momentum. That becomes your new internal engine. Let's be clear about something most won't say out loud. You don't need to be fired up to be productive. You don't need to be in pain to evolve. You don't need to trick yourself into effort. You need to build a system where action flows from who you are now, not from who you're trying to outrun. That's quantum alignment. And that's when drive becomes directional. Not chaotic. Not desperate. Clear. Focused. Non-negotiable. There's one more key insight here. Your future self does not need motivation. They don't wait to feel inspired. They act from identity. And every time you ask, what would that version of me do right now? And then do it, you're collapsing the space between who you've been and who you're becoming. That's not motivation. That's integration. So let's build your resonant drive ritual. Morning scan. Ask, what state am I in right now? Driver check-in. What's moving me today? Fear or frequency? Identity cue. One sentence. I act as the version of me who underserves. Aligned action. Do one thing immediately, not to get a result, but to prove to your system that you are safe to act without motivation. This trains the body to move from resonance, not resistance. And every time you do it, the old need for external hype dies a little more. Now you no longer chase motivation. You create movement. You stabilize clarity. You replace adrenaline with coherence. And your nervous system learns that your power is not conditional. You're no longer looking for fuel. You are the fuel. And that brings us to one of your most powerful, yet neglected, tools of evolution. A state where your system isn't just recovering. It's upgrading. It happens every night, but only when you use it properly. Let's unlock the most underrated part of transformation. Your sleep. Next, Sleep, your secret portal to the quantum field. You've now learned that transformation continues even when you sleep. Your subconscious is no longer just a background processor. It's an active reprogramming device that runs while your conscious mind rests. But now we bring the power of that into waking consciousness. Because the next breakthrough isn't about what you do. It's about the state you do it from. There's a level of performance where time fades, where effort feels effortless, where your thinking mind goes quiet and something deeper, sharper, more precise takes over. That's flow. And once you learn how to enter, extend, and stabilize flow states on command, you stop grinding for results and start surfing a current far more powerful than logic. This isn't about hype. This is about frequency. Let's define what flow really is. Flow is a neurochemical, physiological, and energetic state in which your system reaches peak performance with minimal resistance. When in flow, the prefrontal cortex, your inner critic, quiets down. Dopamine, norepinephrine, and anandamide are released. Time perception distorts, you lose track of hours. Your actions feel fluid, fast, and frictionless. This state isn't mystical. It's biological, but it's also deeply quantum. Because in flow, you're no longer thinking about reality. You are interacting with it directly, without delay, without doubt, without drag. That makes flow the most efficient human state available. So why don't more people access it consistently? Because most people spend their days in beta brainwaves, scattered, overthinking, constantly task switching. Flow lives below that. To enter it, you must shift into alpha, then theta, states of relaxed, rhythmic, present moment awareness. That means reducing cognitive noise, releasing urgency, engaging full body awareness, aligning action with intention. In short, flow doesn't happen by accident. It happens by entrainment, training your system to enter the right rhythm at the right time with the right signal. Let's break down the flow state entry formula. Stage 1. Preparation. The body and mind must be brought into readiness. This includes physical movement to activate the nervous system, breath work to regulate energy, clarity on task and intention. You can't flow in confusion. Stage 2. Entry. Now you focus deeply, not through force but through immersion. The external world fades. Your inner narrative quiets. You are inside the doing. Stage 3. Sustainment. The challenge-skill ratio is balanced. You're not bored, but you're not overwhelmed. Feedback is immediate. Your entire system is in rhythm. Stage 4. Integration. Once the state ends, you come down gently. You reflect. You integrate. This phase is essential. Otherwise, the nervous system can spike into crash or confusion. Flow is not a peak to reach. It's a wave to ride. Let's bring this into practice. Most people wait for flow to strike. That's not mastery. You're going to train your system to enter flow on command. Here's the protocol. Flow state trigger ritual, 15-minute format. Clear the input, 5 minutes of silence, breath, or slow movement. Remove stimulation. Clarify the outcome. Write down exactly what you intend to do and why it matters. Commit to the first step. Don't plan the whole task. Just initiate the first point of action. Block interruption, no alerts, no scrolling. Create a sealed, energetic container. Shift the breath. Use a 4-7-8 breath rhythm. Inhale for 4, hold for 7, exhale for 8. To drop into alpha. Begin and stay present. Don't focus on results. Focus on sensation inside the task. The shift will come. Not instantly, but steadily. And when it does, you'll feel your body take over. Your mind stops asking. Your system starts moving. That's not productivity. That's precision consciousness. Now let's deepen it. Once you start experiencing flow states more often, your system starts craving them. Why? Because in flow, everything becomes efficient. Energy is conserved. Clarity is amplified. Emotion is regulated. But here's the warning. Chasing flow for the feeling can create addiction to novelty. You start needing stimulation to enter flow. The mastery path is different. It trains your system to access flow from stillness, repetition, and internal coherence. That means you can find flow, writing a paragraph, speaking a sentence, walking through nature, having a deep conversation. Flow isn't in the task. It's in the state you enter the task with. And here's the final layer. Flow is the state where you are being shaped by the field. You're no longer pushing life. You are dancing with it. You stop overthinking. You stop doubting. You stop analyzing every outcome. Because the intelligence that moves through you in flow knows more than your mind does. This is where intuition sharpens. This is where synchronicity increases. This is where speed and depth finally merge. Let's close with the flow integration loop. Access, use breath, clarity, and presence to enter. Act, move in rhythm, not rush. Stay inside the moment. Anchor, notice the quality of movement. Speak it, claim it. This is what flow feels like in me. Reflect, afterward, pause. Let the body remember. Breathe it in. Reinforce it emotionally. You are not chasing performance anymore. You are activating resonance in real time. And now that your system knows how to access and maintain flow, you're ready for something that lives even deeper. A phenomenon where belief alone alters biology, emotion, and outcomes. A principle most people ignore, and yet it affects every result in your life. It's time to understand how perception becomes chemistry. Next, the placebo superpower, believe it, then see it. You've now entered flow. You've seen how your system performs when it's synchronized, present, and energetically efficient. And you're no longer just doing, you're channeling. But even with the clarity of flow, even with identity shifts and aligned habits, there's a force deeper still. It lives underneath your logic. It operates before your strategy. It's belief, and not the kind of belief that lives in your conscious mind, words, or self-talk. This is subconscious certainty so deep it becomes biology. And it's this kind of belief that activates what science has long misunderstood. The placebo effect, often dismissed as a fluke, often minimized as a trick. But in truth, it's the most consistent demonstration of how your perception becomes your chemistry. The placebo isn't a pill. It's a signal. And once you learn to send that signal with clarity, without needing the pill, the ritual, or the trigger, you gain access to one of the most underestimated powers in human transformation. Let's redefine placebo properly. In medical trials, a placebo is something inert, no active ingredients, but when the person believes it will help them, the body responds as if it were real. That's not a mind trick. That's evidence of internal command. When belief is strong enough, the body doesn't wait for external validation. It initiates healing, regulation, or change on its own. Why? Because the body is always responding to your internal forecast. If you expect danger, it tightens. If you expect failure, it hesitates. If you expect safety, healing, success, it begins aligning with those instructions. Not because you're forcing it, but because your belief becomes a physiological input. So let's get clear. The placebo effect proves that the body responds not to what's true, but to what you believe is true. This is not fantasy. This is biochemistry. Belief alters, neurotransmitter release, immune response, heart rate variability, hormonal balance, perceptual sensitivity. It's all affected by a simple message. This is real, and your job is to train your system to send that message on purpose. Let's explore the mechanics. When someone takes a sugar pill they believe is medicine, the body activates healing pathways based on expectation. Why? Because expectation equals prediction, and the brain is a prediction machine. Your entire nervous system is always forecasting. What should I prepare for? What's about to happen? Is this familiar or foreign? When your system predicts danger, it prepares for defense. When it predicts stability, it opens to growth. And that prediction becomes a chemical command. So if you tell your system, this won't work, it listens. If you tell it, this is who I am now, and it believes you, the changes begin. The only variable is how congruent your signal is. Let's bring this into practice. The placebo superpower only activates under 3 conditions. Emotional certainty, you don't just say it, you feel it. Embodied consistency, your actions match the belief. Energetic coherence, your body and breath are aligned with the outcome. If even one of these is missing, the belief is just a script. But when all three are active, you're no longer affirming, you're installing. You become your own placebo, a generator of outcomes, not just a reactor. Let's build your belief installation ritual. Step 1. Choose the reality to encode. What do you want your system to accept as normal? Examples: I am already healing. Success is my default rhythm. I am safe in my body. My voice creates impact. Be specific, not a wish. A truth you're asking your system to believe now. Step 2. Evoke the physiology of belief. You don't wait until you feel ready. You create readiness. Open your posture. Breathe with depth and rhythm. Focus your gaze on a fixed point. Speak the sentence with certainty. Out loud. Slowly. Repeat. Then pause. Feel the imprint. You're not convincing yourself. You're conditioning your system. Step 3. Match with immediate action. Take one step, even tiny, that aligns with the belief. If the belief is, I am already healing, then drink water, stretch, or rest, intentionally. If the belief is, I speak with power, then send the message you've been avoiding. Now the system receives full alignment. Thought, feeling, behavior. The loop closes. The installation begins. And here's a final upgrade to this power. You can create placebo anchors in your environment, rituals or objects that your system begins associating with change. For example, a specific tea before meditation, a certain phrase you say before creating, a breath cue when entering a room. Over time, the body associates the cue with the shift. You're not attached to the object. You're using it as an amplifier until your system doesn't need it anymore. That's not superstition. That's neurological priming. Now you understand, belief isn't fluffy optimism. It's a broadcast signal. And that signal, when coherent, changes how your body functions, how your brain filters reality, and how your energy moves through space. This is why some people accelerate faster than others, without working harder. It's not magic. It's alignment between belief and biology. And now you've accessed that power. No longer waiting for evidence. You become the evidence. From here, your system begins broadcasting at a different voltage. You're not just visualizing anymore. You're not hoping. You're anchored. But belief alone isn't enough. Because your environment, physical, emotional, energetic, either reinforces your new frequency or it drags you back into old loops. Now that your signal is stronger, it's time to protect it. The next level of expansion requires boundaries. Not just with people, but with the unseen energetic noise you've been absorbing unconsciously. You're about to learn how to shield your field without shrinking your power. Next, energetic boundaries. How to shield your progress from negativity. You've now activated one of your greatest tools, belief as a signal. You've seen how internal certainty rewires biology, reshapes behavior, and even changes perception itself. But once your frequency becomes stronger, clearer, and more precise, you'll face a new challenge. Not internal resistance, but external interference. Because here's what few ever prepare you for. The moment you change your signal, the world doesn't always applaud. People may project doubt. Environments may reflect old patterns. Unspoken energy may pull you back into familiar roles. And unless you learn to create clean, energetic boundaries, your system will slowly recalibrate to its past. Not because you lack discipline, but because you didn't shield your signal. This chapter is your armor, not to block the world, but to maintain integrity while expanding through it. Let's start with the foundational truth. You are not just impacted by what people say to you. You're impacted by the energy they carry, consciously or unconsciously. This means a person doesn't have to insult you to lower your energy. An environment doesn't need chaos to destabilize your clarity. Even digital spaces can carry frequencies that leave you drained, reactive, or subtly off-center. Why? Because your system is always scanning for resonance. And when it detects incoherence, it either tries to match it or fight it. Both cost energy. So your job is no longer just to protect your time or attention. You must learn to protect your frequency. Let's define what an energetic boundary actually is. It's not distance. It's not avoidance. It's not emotional coldness. An energetic boundary is a conscious decision to choose the signal you will hold, no matter the environment around you. It's not about controlling others. It's about stabilizing yourself. And the more consistently you stabilize your own energy, the less vulnerable you become to unconscious absorption. Because here's the truth. Most of the thoughts you struggle with aren't even yours. They're reflections of the environments and energies you've been exposed to. You've just been taught to own what you should have released. Let's break down the main types of energetic intrusion. People projecting fear, doubt, or limitation toward you. Environments loaded with anxious, chaotic, or suppressive energy. Digital input, social media, news, noise, shaping your subconscious resonance. Subtle guilt or manipulation from those who fear your evolution. Each of these can subtly recalibrate your nervous system to an outdated frequency if you don't hold your field with intention. That's not spiritual paranoia. That's energetic hygiene. Let's build your energetic boundary toolkit. Tool 1. The inner container. Visualize a 2-foot field surrounding your body, front, back, and sides. This is not fantasy. Your electromagnetic field literally extends beyond your skin. When you wake up each day, take 60 seconds to breathe deeply into your center. Imagine that field solidifying, calm, clear, and responsive. Say, "Only what is aligned with my truth may enter this field." That's not superstition. That's a neurological command. You are teaching your subconscious that you decide what gets in. Tool 2. The realignment pause. Throughout the day when you feel off, don't analyze it. Pause. Ask, is this mine? If not, exhale slowly. Say quietly, I release what is not mine to carry. This doesn't require confrontation. It requires clarity. Your nervous system is intelligent. It knows when something foreign has entered. Trust it. Clear it. Tool 3. The exit signal. When leaving an energetically heavy space, physically or digitally, say out loud or internally, I take only what's mine. I leave the rest behind. This small ritual breaks energetic entanglement. It signals your subconscious. I do not absorb this. I release it. Simple, powerful, repeatable. And what about people? People often unconsciously try to keep you in the version of you that they are most familiar with. It's not always malicious. It's just energetic inertia. But if you don't set a new signal, they'll keep broadcasting to the old version of you. This is where boundaries become loving, not just for you, but for them. Because every time you hold your energy steady in the face of someone else's doubt or projection, you offer them a mirror of coherence. And that mirror has the power to change them without you needing to fix or convince anyone. Here's your guiding phrase. I do not collapse to match energy. I hold to raise it. Now let's build your daily energetic hygiene ritual. Morning field set, 1 minute of breath plus 1 sentence of energetic command. Midday scan. Ask, what have I absorbed today that I need to release? Evening clear. Shake your hands. Stretch your body. And say, I return to center. Anchor sleep with intention. Before bed. While I rest, my field strengthens and resets. These rituals are not about being sensitive. They're about being selective. Your field is your first line of defense and your most personal tool of influence. Keep it clean. Keep it strong. You've done the inner work. You've rewired patterns, tuned frequency, and upgraded identity. Now, the outer world begins responding to you differently. Not everyone will understand it. Not everyone will match it. But that's not your responsibility. Your responsibility is to hold your signal with sovereignty and let others meet you in truth or fall away in resonance. Both are gifts. Now that your energy is clean and your boundaries are intelligent, you're ready for the next phase. Your surroundings must now evolve with you. Because no matter how powerful your internal world becomes, if your environment is programming you with dissonance, the system remains unstable. You've protected your field. Now it's time to reprogram the world around you so it supports your evolution instead of fighting it. Next, your environment is hypnosis. Recode your world for success. You've now established strong energetic boundaries. You're no longer absorbing what doesn't serve you. You've become sovereign, clear, stable, and self-guided. But there's another influence that still runs silently in the background. One that's shaping your beliefs, your identity, your nervous system, and even your future without asking for permission. It's your environment, not just the physical layout around you, not just the colors, sounds, or lighting. It's the full spectrum of signals, visible and invisible, that your subconscious is receiving every single second. Here's the truth no one tells you. Your environment is hypnosis. It's not passive. It's programming you constantly. And unless you consciously recode it, it will keep pulling you back into old patterns, even when your mind and energy have already evolved. Let's fix that. Deliberately, precisely, permanently. Let's redefine environment. Your environment is any consistent sensory input that shapes your internal state without conscious decision. This includes the physical space around you, the language and tone of people you engage with, the digital content you consume, the symbols, reminders, and repeated cues in your space, even the energetic residue of past identity lingering in your home or workspace. Your brain loves pattern, so whatever your environment shows you daily, it starts to believe, and belief becomes behavior. That's why you can meditate in the morning, visualize abundance, say affirmations, but if your environment keeps reinforcing scarcity, clutter, disconnection, or chaos, your system defaults to familiarity, not vision. Let's get specific. Here's how environmental hypnosis works. Your subconscious is always scanning for repetition and relevance. It asks, what's consistent here? What do we keep seeing, hearing, smelling, sensing? If you live in a room with mess, dull lighting, old paperwork, clothes tied to outdated identities, your system picks up the signal. We are the version of ourselves who accepts this. That version may not be toxic, but it may be too small for where you're going. And if you don't change the input, the system keeps running the old output. Now flip the model. Let's say you walk into a space that immediately reflects the identity you're building. Everything is intentional, clean, energizing, inspiring, functional, clear. There's breathing room, there's flow, there's alignment. Your nervous system gets a new signal. This is who I am now. No affirmations needed. No motivation speeches required. The space does the reinforcement for you. That's environmental coding. Let's build your environmental recoding framework. Step 1. Identity calibration. Ask, who is the version of me I'm stepping into right now? Define them clearly, not in fluff, in function. How do they speak? How do they move? What level of clarity or order do they require? What kind of energy do they rest and create in? Write it. Own it. This identity becomes your new environmental architect. Step 2. Sensory audit. Walk through your primary spaces, home, workspace, digital world. Ask, what sensory input here supports the new identity? What clashes with it? What feels like a leftover from an outdated version of me? Don't overthink. Notice. Could be clothes you haven't worn in a year that carry old stories. Papers from goals you've already outgrown. Apps that keep pulling you into distraction. Objects or furniture that remind you of a version of yourself that no longer exists. Now label those items mentally. Past identity anchor. Step 3. Subconscious recode. Remove, repurpose, or replace anything that reinforces an old loop. You don't need to spend thousands. You need to send a clear message to your system. We don't live there anymore. Now bring in 3 elements that reinforce the new signal. A symbol of the identity you're now stabilizing. An object that triggers inspiration, presence, or clarity. A sensory upgrade, light, scent, sound, that helps you drop into flow. Every time you see, smell, or hear that cue, your system starts syncing with the new code. Let's go deeper. Your environment also includes digital spaces. And they may be the most dangerous form of hypnosis because they don't look like clutter. They look like staying informed or being connected. But ask yourself, what is your feed training your brain to normalize? What identities are being reinforced by what you scroll through? What emotional baselines are being programmed into you? Jealousy, urgency, comparison. This is not about withdrawal. This is about signal control. Your digital input must now reflect the identity and frequency of where you're going, not where you've been. Be surgical with it. Unfollow, mute, delete, upgrade. Rebuild the digital field around your new standard. One final layer, social environment. You already know that people influence you, but it's not just what they say or do. It's what your nervous system feels when you're around them. Ask, does my system expand or contract in this energy? Am I invited to be more coherent or pulled to be more chaotic? Do I leave feeling more myself or less? You don't need to cut everyone off, but you do need to realign how often you give access. Energy is not neutral, and proximity is programming. Your environment isn't just a setting. It's a mirror, and that mirror reflects back whatever identity you've unconsciously accepted. Let's close this chapter with your daily environmental tuning practice. Every morning, walk through your primary space. Ask, does this reflect who I'm becoming? Make one micro shift. Remove one object that feels old. Rearrange one corner. Light one scent. Play one intentional sound. Speak the calibration. Out loud. I am the version of me who lives in alignment. This space reflects that now. That's not a ritual. That's energetic reinforcement. And your system will feel it. Your subconscious will adjust to it. Your reality will start matching it. Because you've now created an external world that supports the internal upgrade. You're no longer at the mercy of your surroundings. You're curating them. And that's the final step before the body itself must evolve to match the energetic intelligence you've built. Your mind is shifting. Your environment is aligned. Now it's time to upgrade the biological vessel that carries your signal. Let's start feeding the body in a way that fuels not just health but evolution. Next, quantum nutrition, feeding the body to fuel the mind. You've now redesigned your environment. Every object, sound, and signal is reinforcing the new identity, not the old loop. And your system is more stable than ever. Your thoughts are clearer. Your energy is cleaner. Your frequency is rising. But now comes a question that most overlook, until it becomes the bottleneck. Can your body keep up with your evolution? Because no matter how powerful your mindset is, no matter how clean your environment becomes, if your physical system is running on outdated inputs, your biology will start dragging behind your growth. You've shifted mentally. You've tuned energetically. Now your fuel must match the frequency you're building. This is where nutrition stops being about calories, macros, or restrictions, and becomes a conscious interface with quantum intelligence. Let's make that real. Quantum nutrition is not about trendy diets. It's not about dogma or discipline. It's about asking one core question. Does what I consume support the frequency I choose to operate from? That's it. Because food isn't just fuel. It's frequency. And when you ingest it, you're not just feeding your body, you're feeding your field. Every food carries biochemical information, macronutrients, and micronutrients. Energetic information, vibrational signatures, based on origin and processing. Emotional residue, stress, or harmony from its creation or cultivation. And your body doesn't just digest the nutrients. It also processes the signal. That signal tells your nervous system how to feel, think, and perform. Eat in dissonance and you dilute your clarity. Eat in alignment and your system stabilizes, sharpens, and strengthens. Let's bring clarity to this. Here's how your nutrition affects your quantum system. Brain function: poor nutrition equals fog, doubt, reactivity. Precision nutrition equals clear signals, faster intuition. Emotional regulation: blood sugar swings and inflammatory foods distort emotional baselines. Stable inputs equals stable states. Energy flow: your body's meridians and energetic pathways get clogged when digestion is overburdened. Clean input equals smooth transmission. Cellular communication. Your cells are communicating constantly via electrochemical signals. The cleaner the input, the clearer the message. That's not wellness theory. That's how you ensure that biology matches identity. Let's build your quantum nutrition commandments. These are not rules. They're calibration guidelines to align your fuel with your frequency. 1. Eat from life, not from labs. The more a food is processed, packaged, and preserved, the further it is from life. And when you eat dead, lifeless food, your system has to spend more energy extracting value from it. Real food carries a living code. Your cells recognize it immediately. They don't need to decode it. They receive it. Fresh, whole, close to the earth. That's the frequency match. 2. Prioritize frequency over fads. Ask yourself before eating, what is the energetic tone of this food? Examples: fresh, ripe fruit; vibrant, hydrating, cleansing; leafy greens, mineral-dense, grounding; animal protein from ethical sources, stabilizing, strength-oriented; junk food, distorted, addictive, frequency-degrading. Feel it, then decide. You're not eating based on macros. You're tuning your field. 3. Timing is transmission. The when matters as much as the what. Eating in a stress state, even if the food is perfect, sends a signal of chaos through the system. Eat slowly, present, without screens. Chew with attention. Feel gratitude not as ritual but as energetic priming. You're training your nervous system to associate nourishment with peace. That's how digestion improves. That's how absorption maximizes. That's how your body learns safety again. Now let's correct a common error. Most people eat for energy, but what they really need is clarity. Energy that comes from caffeine, sugar, or fast carbs is not clarity. It's nervous stimulation. Clarity comes from foods that stabilize the gut-brain axis, regulate insulin, and keep inflammation low. Examples: clean proteins, wild-caught fish, eggs, legumes; healthy fats, olive oil, avocado, nuts; low glycemic carbs, sweet potato, quinoa, berries; hydrating plants, cucumber, celery, leafy greens. These foods are not trendy, they're stable. And your evolution depends on stability over sensation. Let's build your quantum meal ritual. Before each main meal, pause and breathe 3 deep breaths into the belly. Feel the signal. Ask, does this food match the version of me I'm building? Speak the intention. Whisper, may this food stabilize and upgrade my frequency. Chew slowly, consciously, no rushing. No distractions. Let your body receive. This takes less than 2 minutes, but it changes everything. Now your system doesn't just process food. It processes conscious frequency. What about fasting? Fasting is not about restriction, it's about signal clarity. When done intentionally, fasting helps reset the digestive system, quiets inflammation, and sharpens focus. But the key isn't how long you fast. It's what state you fast in. Don't fast in stress. Don't fast to punish or control your body. Fast as a signal of mastery, as a way of saying, I trust my system. I am not controlled by craving. I create rhythm. That's how fasting becomes an amplifier, not a stressor. Let's make one thing clear. Your body is not just a vessel. It's a transmitter. And what you eat either sharpens the signal or muddies it. Now that your mind is aligned and your energy is stable, it's time for your biology to match. You are no longer feeding a body that's surviving. You are fueling a system that's expanding. And once the body is stable, the breath becomes your next frontier. Because breath is not just oxygen, it's life force. And when used correctly, it opens portals to emotion, presence, and performance that no supplement can access. It's time to unlock the forgotten technology that's with you 24/7. Next, breath as a portal, the forgotten power of conscious breathing. You've now begun fueling the body with intelligent energy. Not just food for health, but frequency for clarity. But the body's most powerful source of charge doesn't come from food. It comes from something more immediate, more intimate, and often completely ignored, your breath. You can go weeks without food, days without water, but only minutes without breath. Why? Because breath is not just air. It's life transmission. Breath is the only physiological function that is both automatic and under conscious control. That means it's a direct bridge between the unconscious and conscious. When used passively, breath keeps you alive. But when used intentionally, it becomes your most immediate tool for shifting emotional state, nervous system regulation, mental clarity, energetic frequency, somatic awareness, and in quantum terms, breath is the carrier wave of your presence. It's not just air moving through the lungs, it's signal moving through your system. Let's reclaim it. Let's begin with what breath is actually doing in your system. Every inhale and exhale sends a message. Inhale equals activation. It stimulates the sympathetic nervous system. Exhale equals regulation. It activates the parasympathetic system. In other words, short, shallow breathing equals anxiety, reactivity, scattered focus. Slow, deep breathing equals calm, access to intuition, clarity of thought. Your breathing pattern is a direct readout of your inner frequency. And most people breathe like they live unconsciously. They breathe in stress. They exhale in tension. And their body, over time, adjusts to this dysfunctional rhythm and calls it normal. But you're no longer here for normal. You're here for mastery. And breath is the most accessible gateway. Let's look at the quantum side. Every breath you take carries an energetic signature. It affects how your electromagnetic field expands or contracts. It alters the coherence of your heart and brain rhythms. It even changes the speed of your thoughts. You've probably heard that thought creates reality. But it's breath that modulates the thoughts. When you learn to control the breath, you're not just calming down. You're taking hold of the entire interface between energy and matter. That's how ancient traditions used breath to enter altered states, sharpen intuition, and unlock healing. And that's how you're going to use it now. Let's build your conscious breathing framework. This is not about learning 20 different techniques. It's about mastering signal awareness. Step 1, breath tracking. Multiple times a day, ask, is my breath shallow or deep? Am I breathing into my chest or belly? How fast am I inhaling versus exhaling? Am I present with my breath or ignoring it? This makes the unconscious conscious. It builds awareness. Without control yet, just noticing. Step 2, breath reset, 60 seconds. Whenever you feel off, pause. Inhale for 4 seconds. Hold for 4 seconds. Exhale for 6 seconds. Wait 2 seconds before repeating. Do this for just 1 minute. This rhythm signals the body, we are safe now, and in safety the system unlocks. Step 3, breath as intention anchor. Before entering any task, conversation, work, training, use one breath cycle to anchor your intent. Inhale, I enter with clarity. Exhale, I bring coherence. Now the breath is not just keeping you alive, it's aligning you. But breath can do more than regulate, can also activate. When you need energy, not from caffeine or adrenaline, but clean, focused voltage. Use the energy breath protocol. Inhale deep through the nose, 4 seconds. Exhale sharp through the mouth, 2 seconds. Repeat 5 to 10 times. Then pause. Hold. Feel the charge. You'll feel a rise. Not manic, not jittery, just present power. This is your inner ignition system. Breath also unlocks emotion, because emotion is not just a mental state. It's a somatic imprint, stored in tissues, organs, and muscles. And often, the emotions you can't process cognitively are still looping inside the body, waiting for release. That's where open, connected breathing, no pauses between inhale and exhale, becomes a tool for emotional alchemy. Used safely and slowly, it opens doors the mind can't reach. Just 5 minutes of circular breathing can unlock grief, joy, anger, forgiveness, peace, not through thinking, through feeling. Let it rise. Let it move. Let it clear. Now your body is no longer a storage unit. It's a flow system. Let's build your daily breath ritual. 3 checkpoints. Morning, 3 minutes of intentional breath. Start with rhythm, then enter stillness. Midday, 1 60-second breath reset to check alignment. Evening, 5 slow breaths before sleep with a frequency command. I am safe. I am still. I return to center. Over time, breath becomes your home, your compass, your stabilizer. And when life throws intensity, you don't need to escape it. You just breathe through it with precision. You've now unlocked your body's most primal intelligence. And that breath will carry you into every upgrade to come. Because once your breath is stable, you gain access to the deepest layer of physical intelligence. Not cognitive, not intellectual, somatic. Your body doesn't just follow the mind. It remembers what the mind forgot. And it's been trying to talk to you through posture, sensation, and tension. Now that breath is stabilized, you're ready to hear what your body's been holding, and to release the emotional codes that have been stored beneath your awareness for years. It's time to meet your somatic intelligence. Next, somatic intelligence, your body remembers what your mind forgot. You've now reclaimed your breath, not just as a function but as a tool, not just as oxygen, but as a carrier of presence, clarity, and emotional regulation. With each conscious inhale, you're no longer reacting to life, you're responding from alignment. And now that you've stabilized the breath, something deeper begins to rise. Not from the mind, not from thought, but from the body. Because your body is not just a machine. It's not just a vehicle for your goals. It is a living library, storing memories, emotions, trauma, and intuition in tissues, organs, fascia, and posture. While the mind forgets, the body remembers, and it's been speaking to you all along, through sensation, discomfort, tension, or stillness. Now you're going to learn how to read that language, and use it as guidance, not resistance. This is somatic intelligence. Let's redefine intelligence. Most people think intelligence means knowing more. In this model, intelligence means sensing more, being aware of what your body is saying, not just reacting to the noise. Somatic intelligence is your system's built-in ability to process, store, and express emotional truth, intuitive insight, survival patterns, energetic blocks, memory without story. Is how your body navigates your past, even when your mind can't recall it. Is how your system protects you, even when you don't understand why. When you learn to listen to your body, not as a problem to fix but as a source of signal, you gain access to an entire level of wisdom most people never touch. Here's how the body stores experience. Every time something emotionally intense happens, whether trauma, joy, betrayal, or fear, your body records it. It does this through muscle tension, breath restriction, heart rate changes, gut contractions, postural holding patterns. And if the experience is too overwhelming for the conscious mind to process, the system stores it somatically. That means a tight throat could be suppressed expression. A clenched jaw could be unspoken anger. Shallow breathing could be normalized anxiety. Tight hips could be unprocessed fear or grief. And this tension becomes part of your identity posture, how you walk, speak, hold yourself. You've been carrying emotion that your conscious mind has long forgotten. Now it's time to let the body release it. Here's the truth. You can't think your way out of what the body is holding. You have to feel your way through it. This doesn't mean reliving trauma. It means learning to sense sensation without story. Because the story is optional. The sensation is real. And once you become fluent in the language of the body, you stop resisting discomfort, you start translating it. Let's build your somatic translation framework. Step 1. Locate the signal. When you feel triggered, anxious, disconnected, or even unexpectedly calm, ask, where is this in my body? What's the texture of this feeling? Is it heavy, light, sharp, warm, buzzing? You're not solving it. You're locating it. Step 2. Stay without story. Once you locate the sensation, do not attach meaning. Don't analyze, judge, or fix. Just stay with it. Breathe into it. Notice it. Let it expand without resistance. Step 3. Let the body finish its pattern. Most emotional loops get stored because the body never got to complete the pattern. Maybe the fear didn't get expressed. Maybe the tears didn't fall. Maybe the scream was swallowed. Maybe the shake was suppressed. If safe and private, let your body do what it's asking. Shake, stretch, cry, breathe, move, yawn, moan, shiver. That's not drama. That's completion. Now the body isn't stuck. It's free. Let's be clear. Somatic intelligence doesn't always come in words. It often comes as knowing where to go even if it doesn't make sense. Feeling off in the presence of someone, even if nothing is said. Sensing danger or dishonesty. Experiencing waves of emotion without thought triggers. That's not confusion. That's cellular wisdom trying to speak before the mind distorts it. And when you honor that wisdom, even without evidence, you begin training your system to trust itself again. That's when anxiety begins to dissolve, because your body no longer feels ignored. Let's bring in your somatic reset ritual. Use this daily, especially during emotional spikes or intuitive fog. Sit in stillness. No distractions. 2 to 3 minutes of silence. Ask, what is my body holding right now? Scan from crown to toes and locate the strongest area of sensation. Place your palm there. Breathe into it. Say quietly, I hear you. You're safe to release. Let the body move as it wants, small or big. No control. This ritual helps the system complete what was never finished. And over time, your baseline becomes lighter, clearer, more tuned to truth than tension. Now you're not just aware of thought, you're attuned to sensation. You're no longer guessing what's wrong, you're listening to what's rising. And this is critical, because the next evolution requires you to confront the one element your body has protected you from your entire life. Trauma not as a memory but as a frequency. Now that you can feel without panic, you're ready to work with trauma not through force, but through vibration. You're about to learn how trauma leaves an energetic imprint, and how to dissolve it without reliving pain. What's next is not healing through stories. It's transformation through frequency. Next, trauma as quantum imprint, healing at the frequency level. You've now accessed your somatic intelligence. You've felt the language of your body, the tension, the signal, the sensation, and you no longer fear it. You're no longer bypassing pain. You're translating it. But there's a deeper truth waiting to be revealed. One that lives not in memory, but in vibration. Because even after you've processed your story, even after you've forgiven, journaled, talked, cried, there may still be something left in your system that feels like it won't move. That weight you can't name. That fear that doesn't match your logic. That emotional loop that keeps returning, even when your life has changed. That's not mental. That's not narrative. That's trauma as a quantum imprint. Let's be clear. Trauma is not just something bad that happened. It's anything that your system could not fully process at the time it occurred. It's not the event. It's the energetic residue left behind. Your nervous system is designed to protect you. And when something overwhelms its capacity, it does two things. It locks the unprocessed charge into the body. It loops the memory into the subconscious to avoid re-exposure. That locked charge doesn't stay static. It begins to shape your identity, your reactions, your energy field. And over time, it distorts your frequency quietly and continuously. You're not broken. You're broadcasting a loop that your body still thinks is keeping you safe. But here's the upgrade. Once you learn to work with trauma as energy, not as story, you no longer have to relive pain to release it. You simply have to shift the signal. Let's explore how trauma creates energetic imprints. Every emotion has a frequency. Joy is high. Fear is fast and fragmented. Grief is slow and heavy. Shame is constrictive. When trauma occurs, your body locks into one or more of these frequencies and holds them until it feels safe enough to complete the loop. If safety never comes, the imprint remains as chronic tension, as emotional reactivity, as unconscious avoidance, as energetic stagnation. It's like a song stuck on repeat, buried beneath your awareness. playing through your muscles, posture, and decisions. And if left unaddressed, this loop magnetizes more of the same. Why? Because your frequency is signaling, I still live here. But now you've become aware. And awareness is access. Now we begin the real clearing. Let's build your quantum trauma reset framework. This is not a process of digging for memories. This is a method of tuning your system to safely release stuck vibration. Step 1. Identify the repeating emotional state. Ask, what emotion keeps returning that doesn't match my current life? Examples: sudden fear when intimacy deepens, deep sadness after success, panic when you rest, anger in stillness. Name the emotional frequency, not the story, just the feeling. This is the signal we're working with. Step 2. Locate it in the body. Now that you've identified the frequency, scan your body for where it lives. Chest, gut, jaw, shoulders, throat. There will be a place it sits. Trust the first sensation. Don't overthink. Step 3. Breathe with rhythm into the imprint. This is where you shift from thinking to tuning. Use this breath pattern. Inhale through the nose for 5. Hold for 2. Exhale through the mouth for 7. As you breathe, imagine the area softening, expanding, vibrating slightly. You are informing the field that it is safe to release. Step 4. Send the frequency of completion. Now speak or feel this command internally. I no longer live in that loop. I am safe now. This energy can leave. Repeat slowly, calmly, not as a mantra but as instruction. You're no longer negotiating with trauma. You are communicating with your system. Let's go further. Sometimes the trauma imprint has no memory attached. It may come from early childhood. It may be ancestral. It may be collective. The content doesn't matter. What matters is that you are the one who ends the loop. You're not waiting for clarity. You're generating coherence. And coherence dissolves chaos. That's not philosophy. That's quantum alignment. Let's build your frequency maintenance ritual after release. Once the energetic imprint begins to leave, your nervous system needs a new default. Here's how to install it. After a trauma release session, immediately anchor into stillness. Place one hand on heart, one on belly. Breathe into the new space you've created. Speak a stabilizing phrase. My body is safe. My energy is clean. My frequency is free. Hydrate and ground. Walk barefoot. Eat something nourishing or simply rest. This tells your body, we are not in shock. We are in completion. Now let's address a misconception. Healing trauma doesn't mean you never feel fear, sadness, or anger again. It means those feelings are no longer running your life on autopilot. You choose your state. You feel deeply without collapse. You respond instead of react. You've reclaimed your signal sovereignty. And now your energetic field begins to broadcast something it hasn't in years. Stability without suppression. You've now done something few ever do. You've worked with trauma not through story but through signal. Not through fight but through release. Not through identity but through intelligence. Now that the system is clean, clear, and stabilized, you're ready to re-enter the outer world with a different lens. And that world will now reflect a truth you've been circling for years. Everyone in your life is showing you yourself. Your relationships are mirrors. Your triggers are insights. Your conflicts are maps. And your social world is not random. It's resonance. It's time to understand why no one is truly separate from you. Next, the mirror reality. Why everyone in your life is you in disguise. You've just released the trapped frequencies of trauma, not through retelling the story, but by shifting the signal. Your field is lighter. Your breath is freer. Your body no longer bracing against a world it couldn't explain. But now, with clarity rising, something strange begins to happen. You start seeing patterns everywhere. In how people treat you. In the roles you keep playing. In the emotional loops that show up in your relationships, whether romantic, professional, or casual. And it hits you, these aren't random. They're not just happening. They're reflecting you, not your thoughts, not your intentions, but but your unconscious frequency. You've now entered the mirror reality. And if you understand this deeply, fully, truthfully, you will gain the most direct path to mastery. Every person in your life is showing you the parts of yourself you haven't fully owned. Let's be clear. This isn't about blaming yourself for others' behavior. This is about claiming your energetic authorship. The people in your field are not just external variables. They're resonant mirrors, amplifying what you're emitting, what you're denying, and what you're ready to integrate. This mirror effect plays out in three main forms. Reflective resonance, they show you what you believe about yourself. Emotional echo, they express what you're not allowing yourself to feel. Energetic magnetism, they align with the frequency you unconsciously hold, even if it contradicts what you say you want. You may consciously want peace, yet attract chaos. You may say you want intimacy, yet get partners who pull away. You may aim for success, but find yourself surrounded by those who doubt your path. That's not sabotage. That's signal feedback. Let's decode each of these mirror types. 1. Reflective resonance. This is the simplest and most confronting mirror. You treat yourself one way. The world treats you exactly the same. Examples. You ignore your own needs, others constantly cross your boundaries. You doubt your worth, others undervalue your time. You minimize your voice, people interrupt or dismiss you. The mirror is not punishing you. It's reflecting what you've taught the world is normal in your field. Until you change the internal standard, the external will keep reinforcing the same loop. 2. Emotional echo. Here, others amplify feelings you've suppressed. You're avoiding your own sadness, so someone near you breaks down constantly. You're denying your anger, so you keep attracting rage in others. You're bypassing your grief, so the world keeps triggering small losses. Why? Because suppressed emotion doesn't disappear. It gets projected, and it will find expression through someone else in your space, if not through you. Once you allow the emotion in yourself, the echo stops repeating externally. 3. Energetic magnetism. This one runs deeper. You attract people and experiences not based on your conscious goals, but your energetic default. You don't get what you want. You get what you are. Or more accurately, what your field believes is safe. So if success feels threatening, you'll unconsciously call in distractions. If love feels unsafe, you'll attract avoidant patterns. If power triggers guilt, you'll keep finding people who subtly challenge your growth. The world is always matching your frequency. Once you shift that frequency, the cast of characters around you either evolves or exits. Let's make this practical. You are now going to conduct a mirror reality inventory. This is a powerful, unfiltered tool to identify what your field is currently broadcasting. Step 1. Identify the 3 most emotionally charged people in your life. Pick those who trigger you most often, positively or negatively. Joy and resentment are both mirrors. Step 2. Ask these questions. What part of them do I strongly judge or deeply admire? What quality are they showing me that I'm afraid to own in myself? What do I believe about myself that their behavior reinforces? Write it down. Without editing. Without self-protection. This is not about guilt. It's about illumination. Step 3. Integrate the mirror. Once you've identified the reflection, speak this phrase. I see the part of me that is being mirrored. I take full responsibility for my frequency. I choose to upgrade now. This is your declaration of authorship. You're no longer reacting to people, you're learning from them. Now comes the real shift. You begin relating differently, not because others change, but because you no longer need them to. You stop leaking energy through blame. You stop outsourcing your peace to approval. You stop trying to fix people who are simply echoing what you've ignored. Instead, you own your field. You respond with coherence. And your relationships begin to reshape themselves, automatically. Some will rise with you. Some will leave. Both are alignment in action. Let's build your mirror reality stabilization ritual. Use this daily, especially after intense emotional interactions. Pause after any charged exchange. Ask, what in me just got mirrored? Breathe into the sensation, not the story. Speak, I do not judge what I see. I integrate what I feel. Realign your breath, posture, and frequency before speaking or reacting again. You are no longer trapped in emotional ping-pong. You are stabilizing your signal no matter what's reflected. You've now entered one of the highest levels of self-mastery. Relationship as revelation. You don't chase approval. You don't fight rejection. You simply listen to the reflection and use it to evolve. Because you're not here to be understood. You're here to understand yourself so clearly that others can only meet you where you stand. And when that mirror becomes clear, something else begins to happen. The universe itself starts organizing around you, not as coincidence, but as synchronization. You'll begin to notice signs, alignments, perfect timing, not because you're lucky, but because you're now in flow with your field. What's next is learning how to speak the universe's language. Next, synchronicity, how to make the universe speak your language. You've now entered the mirror reality. Every relationship, whether challenging or inspiring, has become a tool for awareness. You're no longer blindly reacting to others. You're integrating reflections, adjusting frequency, and stabilizing your field. And something subtle but powerful has begun to shift. Suddenly, things start happening at just the right moment. You think of someone and they text you. You take a new step forward, and the perfect resource appears. You release a pattern, and your external world reorganizes instantly. That's not coincidence. That's not luck. That's synchronicity. And now that your energy is clear and coherent, you're finally able to recognize what's been there all along. The universe is always speaking. The only question is, have you tuned your system to understand its language? Let's define synchronicity properly. It is not a random event. It is not just angel numbers or recurring symbols. It is meaningful coincidence, where internal alignment causes external events to line up with precision and purpose. It's the moment when your inner frequency becomes so coherent that the outer world has no choice but to reflect it. In quantum terms, this is called entanglement. Two systems become linked in such a way that an action in one affects the other instantly, even across space or time. You are entangled with your environment. You are connected to the field of intelligence that holds all possibilities. When you enter alignment, that field begins organizing itself around you, not because you forced it, but because you became a clear enough receiver. Let's break this down even further. Synchronicity isn't something you attract. It's something you notice once your signal is tuned. Because the universe is always in motion. It's always organizing. But until your internal filter's clear, you can't see the connections. You dismiss them. You call them coincidence. You brush them off as meaningless. But now you've upgraded your clarity. You're more present, more attuned, more grounded, which means you're ready to recognize that alignment always leaves breadcrumbs. Let's build your synchronicity activation framework. This isn't superstition. This is signal calibration. You're going to train your system to notice synchronicities, interpret them, align your decisions with their momentum. Step 1. Activate your field. Each morning, speak this aloud. I am available for aligned flow. I welcome meaningful connections. I notice the signals. That's not a wish. It's a directive. You're telling your subconscious to expand its perceptual filter, to pay attention, to open to guidance. Step 2. Notice and record. Throughout the day, log what you see. Repeating numbers. Songs with strangely perfect lyrics. People mentioning the same topic. Unexpected solutions to ongoing problems. Doors opening without effort. Each one is a node, a point in the field showing you that your inner and outer worlds are syncing. Write them down. Not to obsess, but to affirm that you're noticing what matters. Step 3. Match the message. Once you notice a synchronicity, ask, what was I thinking or feeling just before this appeared? What decision was I wrestling with when this showed up? What alignment is this confirming or inviting? Synchronicity always confirms who you're becoming. It rarely gives you detailed instructions. It gives you nudges, signals, winks from the field saying, yes, you're on the path. Keep moving. Let's be clear. You don't control synchronicity. You cooperate with it. This means letting go of rigid outcomes. It means dropping the need to understand how things unfold. It means trusting that your frequency, not your force, is what calls opportunities to you. And the more relaxed, clear, and embodied you become, the more often synchronicities appear, not as magical moments, but as your new normal. Let's correct a common myth. Synchronicity is not always positive. Sometimes it comes as contrast, as interruption, as endings, the job you lose, the plan that falls apart, the unexpected no. These are just as meaningful. Why? Because they are redirecting you away from alignment, toward coherence. Every detour is data, and when you stop resisting contrast, you start recognizing the deeper intelligence guiding everything. Let's build your synchronicity integration ritual for the end of the day. Review your day. What showed up that surprised you? What aligned? What clashed? Ask, what part of me was this reflecting? What choice did this confirm or clarify? Speak your response to the field. Thank you for the guidance. I'm listening. I will act. Now you're not just noticing synchronicity, you're participating in the intelligence behind it. That's co-creation. And that's what comes next. Because synchronicity isn't just about messages. It's training you for the next level of manifestation. It's warming up your system to receive faster, clearer, and more precise outcomes. Not by force, but by alignment. You've started speaking the language of energy. Now it's time to speak your desires into form. You've learned to follow the signs. Next, you'll learn how to broadcast your signal so strongly that reality organizes itself around it. Deliberately. Because the next step isn't noticing alignment. It's commanding it. Next, manifestation demystified beyond vision boards and into quantum command. You've now seen the universe respond to you, not with noise or randomness, but with synchronicity. You've caught the patterns. You've followed the signs. You've begun to trust the invisible current that moves through your life. But here's the deeper question. Can you do more than notice synchronicity? Can you direct it? Can you move from following alignment to commanding reality with clarity, precision, and ease? The answer is yes, but not through hustle, hope, or hollow affirmations. Not through trying to trick the universe with vision boards and wishful thinking. Real manifestation isn't about visuals. It's about vibration. And the universe doesn't speak in words, it speaks in frequency. That means your field, your felt signal, is either matching the experience you desire or it's not. And if it isn't, no amount of visualization will override that. Let's demystify this once and for all. First, let's get one truth straight. You are always manifesting. Right now. This moment. Whether consciously or unconsciously, you're broadcasting a frequency, and your external reality is syncing with it. The question isn't if you're manifesting. It's what your current signal is calling in. Most people misunderstand manifestation because they separate desire from embodiment. They want love, but carry a frequency of guardedness. They want abundance, but broadcast scarcity. They want freedom, but radiate control and tension. Your nervous system becomes the actual blueprint your field broadcasts. And unless it feels safe, true, and available for what you want, your frequency won't hold the signal long enough to attract it. Desire is the spark. Frequency is the transmitter. Embodiment is the amplifier. Let's break that down. There are 3 levels of manifestation. 1. Mental projection. You think about what you want. You write it down. You visualize. Useful but incomplete. The body and energy remain unchanged. 2. Energetic alignment. You start feeling what it would feel like to have it now. This shifts your emotional state, which begins tuning your field. 3. Embodied certainty. You become the version of you that would naturally experience that outcome now. No pretending, no hoping, just being. This is the level where results crystallize. Because at that point, the quantum field has no reason not to reflect it. You are no longer trying to get something. You've become the frequency where that thing already exists. Let's build your quantum manifestation command framework. This isn't a technique. It's a process of identity tuning, frequency broadcasting, and energetic congruence. Step 1. Clarify the signal. Ask, what do I choose to experience? And who must I become for that experience to be normal? Get specific. Not just more money or better health. Ask, what does that life feel like in my body? What behaviors would be natural for that version of me? What would no longer fit into my day or field? This is your target frequency. Step 2. Check for friction. Now scan for resistance. Ask, what part of me doesn't believe this is possible, available, or safe? This is the gap between your current signal and your target signal. Name it, feel it, clear it through breath, somatic presence, or trauma release. Don't force belief. Stabilize safety. Step 3. Activate the frequency. Use this daily tuning. Visualize the outcome not from outside but from within. Don't see yourself getting it. Feel yourself being the version of you who already lives it. Breathe into your body as if it's already true. Let your nervous system register safety, not urgency. Speak the command aloud. I am the frequency of insert experience. I am now available for it, and it is now available for me. This is not about convincing the universe. It's about convincing your field. The universe simply responds. Let's correct a major misconception. Manifestation is not about faking positivity. It's not about suppressing doubt or pretending everything is high vibe. It's about clearing interference so that your natural frequency, one of power, peace, and clarity, can transmit clearly. Doubt is not your enemy. It's a signal that a deeper part of you needs safety. So listen, reassure it. Don't bypass it, integrate it. That's how you build a field that holds the signal long enough for reality to lock in. Let's anchor your quantum command ritual. Use this each morning to align your signal. Sit still. Place both feet on the ground. One hand on your chest. One on your belly. Breathe for 2 minutes. Inhale through the nose for 5. Exhale through the mouth for 7. When the system is calm, speak. Today, I broadcast the frequency of clarity/abundance/love/vitality. Ask your field, what aligned action feels natural from this signal? Do it immediately, before thinking interferes. Now you're no longer waiting. You're no longer hoping. You are initiating reality from the inside out. And here's the final shift. Once you've activated the frequency, let go. Why? Because tension signals doubt. And the field responds to what you are, not what you want. When you release the outcome, you enter trust. And trust is magnetic. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means creating the space for the field to work on your behalf. You've become the command, not the chaser. You're no longer vision boarding a future. You're embodying it. And now your field begins to collapse timelines. What would have taken years comes in months. What required effort now arrives in flow. But with power comes precision. You must now learn when to act and when to wait, when to move and when to release control completely. Because the field doesn't respond to pressure, it responds to stillness. Your next shift is into non-resistance, into the paradox that the more you release, the more you receive. Next, releasing resistance. Why letting go works better than pushing. You've just activated the quantum blueprint for real manifestation. You're no longer projecting a wish, you're broadcasting a frequency. No more hoping, no more chasing. You're living in alignment. But now something strange may happen. Just as your signal strengthens, things slow down. Just as clarity increases, you feel stuck. Just as alignment sharpens, outcomes seem delayed. And so the question arises, why isn't it happening yet? You start tweaking the process. You visualize harder. You repeat affirmations with more urgency. You double down on intention. And what happens? Tension, contraction, energetic interference. Because the one thing your system hasn't learned to release is the most important piece of the puzzle. Resistance. Let's make it real. Resistance is not a flaw. It's not weakness. It's a perfectly natural response that occurs when your conscious desires clash with your unconscious fears. It shows up in thoughts like, What if I fail? What if I'm not ready? What if it doesn't come fast enough? What if I lose it once I have it? It also shows up in physical symptoms: tight shoulders, shallow breath, restless energy, overthinking and indecision. And emotionally, it often looks like frustration, impatience, or low-grade anxiety, especially when you're doing all the right things. Here's the truth. Pushing is just resistance in disguise. And the more you push, the more you reinforce the belief that what you want isn't here yet. That sends a signal of lack to the quantum field, and the field simply reflects it back. You are no longer operating in that loop. Let's break the cycle. Releasing resistance is not about giving up. It's about stepping into the only frequency that can hold and receive the life you're building. Inner stillness. Stillness isn't inaction. It's not passivity. It's an internal posture of non-grasping. It's when your energy field says, I am already aligned. I don't need to force what's already unfolding. This frequency, calm, grounded, unhurried, is what accelerates the very thing you once chased. Let's build the mechanics of this shift. There are 3 root causes of resistance. 1. Attachment to outcome. You've created a picture in your mind of exactly how it must look, feel, and arrive. But the quantum field doesn't work in straight lines. It works through resonance, not routes. Attachment narrows the field. It closes possibilities. Letting go of how opens new paths, faster timing, better forms. Ask instead, what experience am I really calling in? And what if it could arrive better than I imagined? 2. Mistrust of timing. The deeper the wound, the more urgent the need. Urgency equals pressure equals resistance. But urgency is often masking fear. Fear that you'll miss your window. Fear that time is running out. Fear that if it doesn't happen soon, it never will. But the field doesn't follow clocks. It follows coherence. When your system is aligned, things unfold at the exact moment they can be received fully. That's not delay. That's precision. 3. Hidden fear of having it. This one is subtle but potent. Sometimes you resist your own success, not because you don't want it, but because some part of you fears what it would mean. Would people judge you? Would you lose your freedom? Would it expose your insecurities? Until this fear is acknowledged and cleared, it blocks manifestation, not out of cruelty, but as a protective mechanism. The field is not withholding. Your system is preserving safety. So how do we release resistance without collapsing into passivity? We use the most powerful energetic tool available. Surrender, not spiritual bypassing, not passive waiting, but active allowance. You've done the work. You've aligned the signal. Now you step out of the way. Let's build your resistance release framework. Step 1. Locate the pressure. Ask yourself, where in my body am I still trying to control this? Scan for tension. Find the grip, jaw, chest, stomach, shoulders. That's where resistance lives. Breathe into it. Do not rush this. Step 2. Speak the release. With full presence, speak aloud. I release the need to force. I release the timeline. I trust the intelligence that guides me. I let this unfold. Repeat as needed. Speak from your core. You're not begging the universe. You're disengaging from interference. Step 3. Return to the now. The future creates anxiety. The past creates patterns. Only the present creates power. So ask, what's the most aligned thing I can do right now, in this moment? Sometimes it's action. Sometimes it's rest. Sometimes it's just being still. But in that space, you become a magnet. Because energy flows to openness. It avoids pressure. And the more you release grasping, the more effortlessly your outcomes arrive. Let's build your stillness signal ritual. Use this anytime resistance rises. Sit. Ground your body. Both feet on the earth. One hand on the heart. One on the belly. Breathe in for 6. Hold for 3. Exhale for 9. Say, I let go. I don't chase. I receive. Do this not once, but as a new rhythm. You are training your field to associate stillness with safety and abundance. You've now upgraded the most overlooked dimension of manifestation, the letting go, the surrender that comes after alignment, the softness that creates space for arrival. You're no longer chasing outcomes. You're curating space for them. And now your field can organize on your behalf. And in this space, something new is born. True silence. Not the absence of noise, but the presence of infinite potential. Because stillness is not emptiness. It is the womb of creation. What comes next is the final key. You've aligned, embodied, and released. Now it's time to master the power of quantum inner silence and discover why it's the greatest creative state of all. Next, the power of stillness, cultivating quantum inner silence. You've just released resistance. You've let go of urgency, softened your field, and opened the door to receiving, not through control, but through trust. But now, as that tension dissolves, something even more profound begins to emerge. A kind of quiet most people never reach. A space beneath thought, pause beyond action, a presence that feels still but not empty. This is not a lull. This is not nothingness. This is the quantum silence that precedes creation itself. You've reached the most potent state your system can enter, not when it's trying, striving, or even manifesting, but when it is purely aware, still, present, charged with infinite potential. You've now entered the field where everything is possible, but nothing is forced. This is the real source code. Stillness is not an action. It is unfiltered awareness. It's when your consciousness becomes so rooted in the now, so unshaken by noise, that the quantum field responds not to what you want, but to who you are. Most people confuse silence with passivity. They think stillness is what happens when nothing is going on. But in truth, silence is the most active creative force there is. In silence, the nervous system recalibrates, the field stabilizes, intuition amplifies, energetic residue clears, thought loops dissolve. Your frequency becomes pure signal. No noise, no distortion, just presence and pure potential. Let's understand this through the lens of quantum physics. At the smallest level of reality, the Planck scale, particles don't actually exist in a fixed form. They appear and disappear. They fluctuate between potential and expression. They move in and out of the field. What determines whether that potential becomes form? Observation, tension, conscious presence. When your attention is scattered, your energy is scattered. When your mind is racing, the field is incoherent. But in stillness, pure stillness, you become the observer and the transmitter simultaneously. And in that state, creation happens almost effortlessly. Let's explore the 5 layers of quantum stillness. Each layer deepens the experience. Each layer tunes your field more precisely. 1. Physical stillness. This is the gateway. When the body becomes still, the mind begins to slow. Posture is upright. Breath is soft. The spine is neutral. This tells your nervous system, we are safe, and safety opens the door to everything else. 2. Mental stillness. Thoughts may still arise, but you stop identifying with them. You no longer chase, analyze, or react. You simply witness. Thought becomes cloud. You become sky. 3. Emotional stillness. This is not the suppression of feeling, but the dissolution of reactivity. You are not numb. You are simply not entangled. You can feel deeply, but with zero attachment. Emotions pass through without shaking your signal. 4. Energetic stillness. Here, your frequency stabilizes. You are no longer leaking energy in 10 directions. You are focused, centered, coherent. This is the zone where intuition becomes sharp and downloads occur. 5. Quantum stillness. This is the most advanced layer. There is no you thinking, planning, or processing. There is only presence. And in that presence, new reality emerges. Spontaneously, smoothly, without effort. You are in the womb of the field. Let's build your quantum stillness activation practice. You don't need hours. You don't need perfect conditions. You need devotion to presence. Step 1. Create the space. Set a timer for 7 minutes. Sit back straight. No music, no mantra, no movement. Let the external world pause. Step 2. Observe breath without controlling. Notice the inhale. Notice the exhale. Don't change it. Don't guide it. Let breath become the background frequency, a gentle anchor to your awareness. Step 3. Observe thoughts without holding. Let them come. Let them go. Watch them like clouds. Do not engage. Let your attention become wider than your thoughts. Step 4. Listen to the silence behind everything. This is the real shift. There is a space, not outside of you, but behind your attention, where nothing speaks, but everything waits. That is the still point. That is your access to the unmanifest. Let's be clear. Stillness doesn't give you answers. It makes you available to receive them, because you can't think your way to insight. You receive insight when your signal is quiet enough to catch it. You don't force creativity. You allow it. And in silence, all doing becomes unnecessary because being is enough. This is the paradox of power. The less you chase, the more you attract. The less you force, the more flows. The less you try, the more aligned outcomes arrive on time every time. Not because you stopped acting, but because your actions now arise from stillness. Not ego, not urgency, not fear, just pure alignment. Let's install your stillness calibration ritual. Use this to stabilize your signal at the start or end of any day. Sit comfortably. Breathe slowly. Place your hands on your thighs, palms up. Say softly, I am not my thoughts. I am not my goals. I am presence itself. Let silence expand. Let identity drop. Let effort disappear. Do this daily, not to achieve stillness, but to remember that it's already yours. You've now accessed the most creative state available to any human. Quantum silence. You are no longer running, no longer resisting, no longer proving. You've slowed down and in doing so accelerated your access to the field. From this space, the next layer of action begins to emerge naturally. Not from pressure, but from pull. Not from planning, but from precision. You will begin to feel when to move. You will recognize actions that are not tasks, but truths. They won't drain you, they'll move through you. This is what's coming next. Aligned action. Not busyness. Not hustle. Not strategy. But the unmistakable signal that it's time, and that your movement is destiny itself. Next, energetic alignment, when action feels like destiny. You've just unlocked the most potent creative frequency. Stillness. You've experienced what happens when your energy is no longer entangled in force, noise, or proving. Now, a new kind of movement begins to rise, not from your mind, not from strategy, but from the field itself through you. This is not about discipline. It's not about motivation. It's something deeper, something unmistakable, aligned action. This is when you don't just act, you respond to an internal pulse. You move not because you should, but because the action feels inevitable, effortless, precise, correct. It's as if the universe moves you. This is energetic alignment. Let's be very clear. Most people take action from pressure, to fix what's broken, to avoid being left behind, to meet someone else's expectation, to earn their worth. These actions are heavy. They deplete energy. They create friction in the field. Why? Because they're not anchored in coherence. They're coming from lack, fear, or the illusion of not enough. And even if they create short-term results, they don't sustain momentum because they're built on internal dissonance. True aligned action feels very different. Feels clean, expansive, quietly powerful, flowing, not frantic, grounded in truth, not urgency. You don't need to hype yourself up. You don't need a to-do list to remember it. You don't procrastinate or panic. It just happens, because you have become the version of you who naturally does it. Let's break this down. Energetic alignment means your internal signal and your external movement match. Your nervous system, emotional body, and subconscious are not in conflict with the choice. They're in full agreement. That's why it feels effortless. And the result? Your action carries a frequency that's impossible to fake. People feel it. Opportunities meet it. Synchronicities respond to it. You're no longer trying to push things into existence. You're pulling them through your field with precision. Let's build your energetic alignment calibration framework. This will train your system to recognize the difference between aligned action and misaligned effort. Step 1. Ask before you act. Before any task, decision, or move, pause and ask, is this action coming from alignment or anxiety? Is this a pull from truth or a push from pressure? Your body will know. Tightness equals resistance. Openness equals readiness. If your breath shortens, your jaw clenches, or your chest closes, it's not aligned. Not yet. Step back. Breathe. Realign. Step 2. Feel the field. Every action has a frequency. Aligned action feels like a yes without words, a knowing without analysis, a movement that brings energy instead of draining it. It might not always feel easy, but it will feel clean, as if it fits perfectly into the space it belongs. Misaligned action, in contrast, feels noisy, like dragging yourself forward, like swimming upstream, and your body always knows the difference. Step 3. Trust the timing. Sometimes, alignment means not moving yet. Waiting is not stagnation, it's refinement. When you force movement from misalignment, you distort your signal. When you wait until your energy is stable, you move with force and flow. And that's when momentum becomes exponential. Let's correct a myth. You don't need to be high vibe 24/7 to take aligned action. You just need coherence in the moment of choice. One moment of aligned action has more impact than a week of scattered effort. So your job isn't to stay perfect. It's to tune in and ask, what wants to move through me right now? Then do only that, and the field will amplify it. Let's anchor your aligned action morning ritual. Do this each day to clarify your signal and simplify your focus. Sit in stillness. 3 to 5 minutes of breath-only awareness. Ask your field, what wants to be expressed through me today? Listen not for thoughts but for pull. You'll feel it in your body. A direction, a nudge. Write down 1 to 2 actions that feel clean, clear, and essential. Say aloud, I choose aligned action. I act from clarity, not pressure. That's it. Not 20 tasks, not scattered noise, just movement with meaning. And here's the magic. When you begin living this way, your life reshapes itself around your signal. Relationships shift, opportunities align, creative energy floods in. Clarity replaces overwhelm, because you're no longer chasing alignment. You've become it. And from this place, your purpose isn't something you try to discover. It reveals itself, naturally, clearly, unmistakably, because aligned action is the trailhead of purpose. When your daily movement matches your energetic truth, your mission becomes obvious. It's not about searching anymore. It's about listening to what's already here. And that's what's coming next. You'll see that purpose is not an idea. It's a frequency. And when you're tuned to it, life stops feeling random and starts becoming resonant. Next, purpose as frequency. Why you must live what you're tuned to. You've just stepped into the rhythm of aligned action. You're no longer forcing motion. You're responding to internal clarity with external precision. And now, something begins to happen almost automatically. A thread starts connecting everything. Your choices feel less random. Your energy has direction. And for the first time, it all begins to make sense. That's not coincidence. That's not just progress. You've started tuning into purpose. But here's the shift that changes everything. Purpose isn't a job title. It's not a life goal. It's not something you find. It's something you tune into. It is a frequency. And when you match it, you don't figure out what to do. You become the version of yourself that naturally knows. Let's redefine purpose once and for all. It's not an external mission that you chase. It's the resonant signature of your highest coherence. In simple terms, when your actions, thoughts, body, and energy align, you start radiating a frequency that only you can embody. and that frequency draws in the right work, the right people, the right place, the right timing, not by chance, by resonance. You don't have to shout to be seen. You don't have to compete to be chosen. You simply have to hold the frequency that makes your presence undeniable. Here's what most people get wrong. They try to think their way to purpose. They ask, what should I do with my life? What am I passionate about? What's my calling? But purpose is not a concept. It's a signal. And that signal doesn't get stronger by thinking about it. It gets stronger when you become the person whose life naturally expresses it. And that means not chasing purpose, but living in alignment with your highest energetic truth, consistently. The more you align, the more your life becomes the expression of that signal. Not a goal, a broadcast. Let's build your purpose frequency calibration process. This is not about journaling or personality tests. It's about decoding the signal you already carry and amplifying it. Step 1. Identify your peak frequency states. Ask, when do I feel most electric, expanded, alive? Not because of results, but because of resonance. Think, when time disappears, when you feel fully yourself, when your energy feels clean, powerful, and open. These are clues. Your frequency rises in those moments for a reason. They are not hobbies. They are coordinates. Step 2. Notice the patterns. Once you've listed those peak states, ask, what's the common energetic thread beneath them? Examples: empowering others, translating complexity into clarity, creating beauty from chaos, holding space for deep transformation. This is the essence of your frequency, not the activity, the energy you bring to everything you do. Step 3. Claim the signal. Now speak it aloud, not as a job, as a truth. I am the frequency of your core resonance. I live it. I lead with it. I allow it to shape my world. This isn't a mantra. It's a command to the field and a reminder to your system. You don't chase clarity anymore. You radiate it. Let's be clear. When you live from purpose as frequency, you don't need to plan 5 years ahead. You just need to follow what feels true now and hold the signal steady. Because every decision, every pivot, every breakthrough comes from one place. Does this amplify or distort my core frequency? That's how you choose what to say yes to. That's how you choose what to release. That's how you build a life of effortless alignment, one frequency match at a time. Let's anchor your daily purpose signal ritual. Use this every morning to ground into your unique resonance. Sit in stillness. Place your hand on your chest. Breathe into your body until your nervous system calms. Speak softly. Today, I carry the frequency of insert your essence. Every thought, action, and interaction will reflect that. Hold that for 60 seconds. Don't try to feel more. Let the frequency settle into your system. Now let's talk about friction. What happens when you align with your purpose frequency, but parts of your life don't match? Relationships may fall away. Old roles may dissolve. Your environment might feel out of sync. This isn't failure. It's resonance reshaping reality. Because when you change your frequency, anything not matching it must fall away or rise to meet you. This is the cost of clarity. And the reward is greater than certainty. Coherence. You're no longer living in contradiction. You're no longer betraying your signal. You're no longer outsourcing direction. You've become your own compass, and life begins to organize around you. Let's correct a myth. You don't have one purpose for life. You carry a core frequency, and that frequency can express itself through infinite forms. You may teach it. You may write it. You may parent from it. You may build companies or music or relationships around it. But the expression can evolve because the essence remains the same. So don't lock your purpose into a title. Feel for the thread, and follow that thread wherever it leads, because it always leads to authentic power. You've now transcended the question, what should I do? You've replaced it with, what matches my frequency? And the answer becomes clear again and again. Now you're not looking for your path. You're walking it. Now you're not waiting for permission. You're radiating presence. And now, the part of you that once tried to control the process will start to feel irrelevant. Because something old will begin to resist all this clarity. Something internal will challenge your freedom. Try to reclaim control. Try to pull you back into the old self. That part is called the ego, and its last stand is coming next. Next, the ego's last stand, navigating identity death and rebirth. You've just aligned with your core frequency, not through force, not through intellectual grasping, but by becoming the version of yourself whose life already embodies purpose. You feel lighter, clearer, pulled, not pushed, by something deeper than willpower. But just as this new identity begins to take form, an old one starts to resist. It whispers doubts, clings to roles. It revisits habits you thought you'd outgrown. This is not regression. It's not sabotage. This is the ego's last stand. And it's not here to destroy your progress. It's here to test one thing. Are you truly ready to release who you were, so you can become who you are? Let's understand this clearly. The ego isn't evil. It's not your enemy. It's the psychological identity you developed to survive your past. It was built to help you stay safe in uncertain environments, earn approval in your tribe, avoid shame or rejection, create predictability in a chaotic world. It served a purpose. But here's the problem. The ego doesn't evolve, protects. And protection is often the opposite of expansion. So when you begin living from alignment, when you start making decisions based on your future self, not your wounded past, the ego panics. Because you're not just creating new outcomes. You're becoming a new person. And to the ego, that feels like death. Let's identify the signs of ego resistance so you don't mistake them for failure. 1. Emotional flare UPS. Suddenly, small things trigger big reactions. Old emotional patterns resurface. Anger, guilt, shame, jealousy. These aren't setbacks. They're release points. The ego is surfacing its final arguments. Not to win, just to be acknowledged. 2. Identity confusion. You might feel ungrounded, like you don't know who you are anymore. You may question your choices, doubt your direction, or feel like you're in between worlds. That's because you are. The old identity is dissolving. The new one hasn't fully stabilized. You're not lost. You're in transit. 3. Self-sabotage patterns. You skip aligned actions. You shrink in moments of visibility. You overthink decisions you've already made. Why? Because the ego's job is to keep you in the known. And nothing is more threatening to it than unfamiliar freedom. Let's be clear. This is not the time to push harder. It's the time to listen without collapsing. Because your ego doesn't need to be killed. It needs to be reintegrated. This is not ego death. It's ego rebirth. You're not erasing your identity. You're upgrading its foundation from fear to frequency, from survival to sovereignty. Let's build your ego reintegration process. You're going to give your system a new relationship to the self, not through suppression but through sovereignty. Step 1. Identify the voice. When resistance arises, ask, who is speaking right now, the future self or the former identity? You'll know by the tone. Ego speaks from urgency. Ego speaks in extremes. You'll lose everything. This never works. Ego speaks to defend, protect, and delay. Let it speak, but don't obey. Step 2. Meet it with presence. Instead of fighting the ego voice, acknowledge it. Say, I hear you. I know you're trying to keep me safe, but I'm not that version of me anymore. This is a moment of energetic reparenting. You're not silencing the ego. You're making it feel safe in the new frequency. Step 3. Reaffirm the new identity. Now speak from the self you're becoming. I am the version of me who leads with clarity. I act from truth, not fear. I hold alignment even when it feels unfamiliar. Speak it until your nervous system starts to relax. You're retraining your body to accept identity expansion without triggering collapse. Let's correct a myth. The more you grow, the easier it gets. Not always. Sometimes, the closer you get to full alignment, the louder the ego screams. Because at that edge, you're challenging the deepest assumptions your system has ever believed. I have to struggle to succeed. Being visible is dangerous. If I outgrow others, I'll lose love. Freedom isn't safe. These are not flaws. They're old frequencies. And your job isn't to crush them, it's to transcend them. How? By proving, moment by moment, that you are now safe in alignment. That being seen doesn't equal rejection. That choosing rest doesn't mean laziness. That trusting the field doesn't make you naive. This is how you anchor the new self, by showing up as them even when the old self protests. Let's install your ego check-in ritual. Use this anytime you feel resistance, doubt, or contraction pulling you backward. Pause. Place your hand on your chest. Say aloud, "This is not a warning. This is an echo." Breathe deeply. Feel the echo fade as your nervous system settles. Then say, "I am safe in this frequency. My future is familiar to me. I choose to remain expanded." Do this until stillness returns. You are not abandoning your ego. You are inviting it into integration. You've now crossed one of the final thresholds of transformation. You've seen the ego rise not as an enemy, but as a signal. You've held your alignment through its last protest. And you've begun to stabilize a new self that no longer relies on fear to function. This is true power. You no longer need external structure to stay consistent. Your frequency has become your rhythm. And now, discipline is no longer a battle. It becomes natural, inevitable, a reflection of identity. That's what's coming next. You're about to learn how consistency flows not from effort but from who you now are. Next, beyond self-discipline, building identity-based consistency. You've just faced the ego's final resistance. You witnessed it, honored it, and chose not to contract. And now, something fundamental has shifted. You're no longer acting from survival. You're no longer driven by fear of failure or desire for approval. Your choices are becoming simpler, cleaner, more automatic. This isn't about trying harder. This is about becoming the kind of person who no longer needs to try. You've crossed the threshold where discipline transforms into identity. And that's where true consistency lives. Not in grit, not in willpower, not in daily battles with your impulses, but in a new internal reality where your actions are no longer decisions. They're reflections of who you've become. Let's define this clearly. Self-discipline, as most people know it, is fragile. It depends on energy levels, emotional state, willpower, motivation, external accountability. It works until it doesn't, until life gets messy, until stress spikes, until the emotional charge isn't there anymore. Then habits collapse, and the identity tied to those habits fractures. But when consistency is built from identity alignment, everything changes. You no longer have to push yourself to act. You act because you are the kind of person who does that thing. Period. It's not a rule. It's a truth. Let's explore this deeper. Every behavior you repeat is a vote for an identity. And every identity you hold is either anchored in the past or broadcast from the future. When you install a behavior from the version of you you're becoming, it sticks. Not because of discipline, but because anything else feels out of place. This is how people go from procrastinators to producers. Not by forcing change, but by becoming someone new. So let's build your system. Welcome to the identity-based consistency framework. This is how you install habits that last, not as chores, but as expressions of your current energetic truth. Step 1. Define the identity. Ask, what kind of person naturally produces the results I desire? Be specific. Not just healthy or productive. Go deeper. I'm the kind of person who honors energy before urgency. I'm the kind of person who creates every day, even if it's messy. I'm the kind of person who moves before waiting for motivation. Don't describe the task. Describe the internal driver. That's your new anchor. Step 2. Attach behaviors to identity, not outcomes. Now connect daily actions to your chosen identity, not to performance. Example, I write 30 minutes a day, not to finish a book, but because I'm a creator, and this is what I do. This removes the pressure. You're not chasing a goal. You're reinforcing a truth. That's what makes the habit last. Step 3, remove friction. Add ritual. Your identity needs rhythm, not resistance. So remove complexity. Design your environment to reflect your chosen identity. If you're a focused person, your space should be clear. If you're a healthy person, your fridge should reflect that. If you're a committed person, your calendar should hold what matters first. Identity-based consistency isn't about effort. It's about alignment between your outer world and inner truth. Let's correct a myth. You just need more discipline. No, you need fewer decisions. Every time you decide to do something, you create friction. You introduce doubt. You allow old patterns to debate your new direction. But when you build identity into your environment, schedule, and habits, you stop deciding. You act, because anything else feels off frequency. That's real consistency, not fragile habits, but structural identity. Let's install your daily identity activation ritual. Use this each morning to stabilize behavior from the inside out. Stand tall. Ground your body. Say aloud, I am the kind of person who... Insert identity behavior. That's who I am now. Breathe. Feel the shift. Ask, what would that version of me do in the next 10 minutes? Do it immediately, not to build momentum, to confirm the identity. You're no longer trying to be consistent. You're proving that you already are. And what happens when you miss a day? Fall off? Slip? You don't spiral. You don't shame yourself. You don't quit. Because your identity is no longer attached to perfection. It's stabilized in resonance. So you simply return. No resistance. No story. Because who you are hasn't changed. You missed a rep, but your truth is still installed. That's the shift. Consistency is no longer behavior-based. It's identity-backed. And here's the deeper truth. The more consistent you become from identity, the more magnetic you become in the field. Why? Because your frequency is no longer chaotic. It's stabilized, predictable, clean, and the quantum field rewards that clarity with faster manifestation, higher impact, stronger relationships, simpler decisions. This is the energetic payoff of identity-rooted consistency. You've now reached a level of embodiment where nothing needs to be forced anymore. You don't chase routines. You live as someone who already holds rhythm. And this is what prepares you for the next layer. Leadership. Because once your consistency becomes embodied, your energy becomes a frequency others automatically respond to. You don't need to convince anyone. You don't need to teach anyone. You lead by being aligned so deeply that your presence alone becomes a permission slip. Not just for results, but for transformation. Next, quantum leadership, elevating others by elevating yourself. You've just unlocked consistency as a natural expression of identity. You're no longer forcing discipline, you are discipline, not as a grind, but as a reflection of who you are now. And as that stability locks in, something begins to shift around you. People notice, they lean in, they ask questions. Not because you're trying to lead, but because your energy is leading on its own. This is the beginning of quantum leadership. And it has nothing to do with titles, authority, or charisma. It has everything to do with frequency. Because once your field becomes stable, coherent, and aligned, you become a reference point for others. Not because you speak loudly, but because your energy speaks clearly. Let's redefine leadership. It's not about controlling others. It's not about being the smartest in the room. It's not about forcing people to follow. True leadership is simple. You hold a frequency high enough that others can find themselves through it. When you are aligned, your clarity becomes contagious. Your calm becomes grounding. Your actions become permission. This is energetic leadership. And it is far more powerful than any strategy, speech, or system. Because energy speaks before words ever do. Let's look at why this works. Everyone is tuned to their own frequency, but most people live in field incoherence. That means mixed signals, unclear boundaries, emotional reactivity, identity confusion, scattered intentions. When they encounter someone with a stable, integrated field, their system recognizes it instantly. Feels like safety, feels like truth, feels like gravity, and their own field begins to organize around yours. Not because you teach them anything, but because you become a mirror for what's possible. But here's the catch. You can't fake this. Quantum leadership doesn't come from words. It comes from embodiment. You can't lead people where you haven't gone. You can't transmit a signal you haven't stabilized. You can't inspire transformation you're not living in real time. This is why quantum leadership starts with one thing: elevating yourself without needing to prove it to anyone. You become a leader not when others follow, but when your presence itself upgrades the room. Let's build your quantum leadership frequency map. This is not about roles. It's about resonance. Step 1. Identify the frequency you want to radiate. Ask, what do people feel when they're around me at my highest? Examples: calm clarity, unshakable presence, focused drive, heart-centered truth, electrifying creativity. Choose your signature. This becomes the field you hold consistently. Step 2. Align actions to signal. Now ask, what habits stabilize this signal? What behaviors fracture it? Then eliminate what interferes. Not out of shame, out of precision. You're no longer managing a schedule. You're maintaining a signal. That's real leadership. Step 3. Stay silent when noise would weaken you. Quantum leadership doesn't require constant explaining. Sometimes your silence is more powerful than 1,000 words. Why? Because silence often holds more alignment than a rushed opinion. You don't need to prove. You just need to radiate. And when your field is clean, others recalibrate without you saying a word. Let's address the trap most leaders fall into. They believe they have to carry others, fix others, convince others. That's not leadership. That's attachment. In quantum leadership, you don't lower your signal to meet others where they are. You hold your signal so steadily that they rise to meet you. If they're ready, they will. If they're not, they won't. But your energy remains undisturbed. That's integrity. Let's install your energetic leadership stabilization ritual. Use this when you're about to lead a conversation, a room, or a decision that requires energetic weight. Breathe deeply. Ground your body. Place one hand on your chest. Say silently, I hold clarity, not control. I radiate truth, not tension. Breathe again. Ask your field, what signal is needed here? Then speak only from that frequency. Move only when it deepens that resonance. You're not performing. You're transmitting. Let's talk about your impact now. The moment you stabilize your leadership frequency, ripple effects begin. People in your life start making different choices. Conversations shift in depth and tone. New opportunities arrive that match your maturity. You become a magnetic node in your environment. Not through strategy, through energetic coherence. You've become someone who leads by example because your life is the evidence. And this is the only kind of leadership that endures. Not fame, not force, but field strength. Let's correct a common myth. You're not ready to lead until you've mastered everything. False. You're ready the moment you start living what you already know. Fully, openly, without shrinking or broadcasting, because the field doesn't care about perfection. It responds to authentic integration. So lead now, not with advice, with alignment, not with influence, with frequency, not with force, with presence. You've now stabilized your signal, and your presence has become more than personal, it's impactful. But the quantum field doesn't just respond to clarity. It also responds to congruence in every domain. That includes one of the most charged frequencies of all, money. And as your leadership matures, your relationship with wealth must evolve too. Because money is not just currency, it's energy. And it responds to the same laws you've mastered within yourself. You're about to learn how abundance isn't something you earn. It's something you tune into. Next, money as energy, the new abundance operating system. You've just stabilized your signal as a quantum leader. You've seen how presence, not pressure, creates impact. You've learned that influence isn't earned by force, but by frequency. And now, the same truth must be applied to an area where most people still live in contraction, scarcity, and distortion. Money. This is where even the most evolved minds often freeze. Not because they lack skill, not because they don't work hard, but because they're still operating on an old energetic operating system. Money must be earned through struggle. Wealth is for the few. Wanting more is selfish. Asking is greedy. Having less makes you more spiritual. These beliefs don't live in your mind, they live in your field. And until you shift the frequency, your reality won't change. Let's begin the upgrade. Money is not a number. It's not a thing. It's a signal. It's a frequency. It's energy in motion. And just like any energy, it flows where it's received with alignment, not where it's chased with resistance. So ask yourself, am I tuned to the frequency of abundance or the frequency of survival? Because you can work 60 hours a week and still transmit lack. You can say affirmations every morning and still live in contraction. The field doesn't respond to your words. It responds to your energetic truth. Let's be clear. You don't attract money by wanting it. You attract it when you stabilize in the frequency of sufficiency. You circulate energy with trust, not fear. You anchor into self-worth beyond performance. You act from overflow, not desperation. Money is not the cause of security. It's the reflection of it. When your system knows it is already supported, wealth becomes magnetic. Not forced, not strategized, but inevitable. Let's walk through the abundance operating system upgrade so you can align your energy with expansion, not survival. Step 1. Recode your root beliefs. Ask, what did I learn about money that no longer matches who I am? Write down everything. The phrases, the stories, the unspoken fears. Then say clearly, these are not my truths. These are inherited scripts. I now choose resonance over repetition. Now replace them with clean signals. Money flows where alignment lives. Receiving is safe, generous, and sacred. My value is energetic, not transactional. The more I circulate, the more I stabilize. This isn't positive thinking. It's frequency realignment. Step 2. Audit your money frequency. Ask, how do I feel in my body when I think about money? Tight chest? Knotted stomach? Tension in your jaw? That's not about numbers. That's energetic compression. Use breath to release it. Inhale fully. Exhale slowly. Repeat this. I am safe in abundance. I allow money to flow to me and through me. Until your body softens, your breath deepens, and your energy opens. Money requires relaxed receiving, not forced taking. Step 3. Circulate to signal trust. Start moving energy, not recklessly, but with resonance. You don't hoard trust. You circulate it. So give where it expands you. Invest where it aligns you. Spend where it supports who you're becoming. Every transaction is a transmission. So ask, does this decision reflect trust in my future or fear from my past? When your money moves from alignment, more returns because you've proven to the field that you're ready for flow. Let's correct a common distortion. Money doesn't corrupt. Unintegrated ego does. Money doesn't change people. It amplifies who they already are. So if your frequency is grounded in truth, love, and expansion, more money simply increases your range to express that. You don't need to fear having more. You need to align with being someone who knows how to carry it. And that doesn't mean managing spreadsheets. It means managing your state. Let's install your money frequency ritual. A simple daily practice to open and stabilize your energetic flow. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply. Place one hand on your belly, one on your heart. Say aloud, I am a clear channel for abundance. I receive fully. I give freely. I circulate wisely. Visualize your life expanding. Not just financially, but energetically. Hold that for 60 seconds. You are not asking. You are attuning. And here's what starts to happen. Unexpected income. Clients or opportunities show up with ease. Old debts dissolve. New offers appear. Support finds you, not by chance, by resonance. You've shifted your inner magnet, and now your outer world is catching up. You've stopped chasing. You've started receiving. And you're no longer confused about your worth because you feel it now. Not in numbers, but in certainty. And that's the real currency. You've now installed a new abundance operating system. Not by changing your job. Not by earning more first. But by upgrading the signal that wealth responds to. You've let go of guilt. You've released lack. You've rewritten the money code from the inside out. And now the next layer is ready. Creativity. Because money is not the end. It's the means. It fuels creation. It expands possibility. And your next evolution isn't just about receiving more. It's about becoming a channel for something greater. You're about to unlock a frequency beyond intellect, where creative intelligence flows through you with clarity and power. It's not coming from your mind. It's coming through your field. Next, creativity unleashed, channeling intelligence beyond the mind. You've just rewritten your money code. You've stopped chasing wealth and started receiving it through alignment. You've remembered that abundance isn't a hustle, it's a frequency. And now that you're resourced, financially, energetically, emotionally, a new question emerges. What do I do with all this potential? The answer isn't found in strategy or spreadsheets. It lives in creativity, not the kind confined to art, music, or content creation, but the deeper current that flows when you stop thinking and start transmitting. The field doesn't want you to just receive. It wants to create through you. You are a channel for intelligence far beyond logic. And when you open that channel, life doesn't just get easier. It gets miraculous. Let's start here. You are not your thoughts. You are the space they move through. And when the noise quiets, something else becomes available. Signal, insight, unfiltered intelligence. This intelligence is not random. It's not imagined. It's not even learned. It's received. Because at the quantum level, creation is not a process. It's a download. And the clearer your field, the stronger the download. You're not here to force ideas. You're here to allow genius to arrive. Let's correct a myth. Creativity isn't a talent. It's a state of openness, of trust, of non-resistance. When you stop trying to come up with something and start listening, you begin to receive what's already present. Because creativity isn't something you do. It's something that does you when you're available. The most powerful ideas don't come from thinking harder. They come from getting out of the way. And that's what you've been training for. Let's walk through the creative channel activation framework so you can reliably enter the state where ideas don't trickle in. They pour through. Step 1. Clear the channel. You cannot receive high-signal creativity with a cluttered field. So before trying to produce, ask, what emotional or energetic residue am I still holding? Did you wake up anxious? Is your mind looping a conversation? Are you still operating from a to-do list vibration? Pause. Breathe. Clean the slate. Clarity is more valuable than effort. Step 2. Set a frequency intention. Before you create anything, set the feeling you want the final result to carry. Do you want it to feel grounding, disruptive, expansive, magnetic? This is not a goal. It's a signal tone. The clearer you hold that frequency, the more the creation will carry it. Because form follows frequency. Step 3. Enter the listening state. Now stop thinking. Close your eyes. Let your breath slow. Ask the field, what wants to come through me right now? Wait, listen. Don't reach. And when the signal arrives, move immediately. Start writing. Start building. Start recording. Don't over-edit. Don't judge. Let it flow. You can shape later. Now is about receiving. Let's install your creative download ritual. A short daily practice to open the tap and let genius through. Set a timer for 12 minutes. Sit. Silence. No phone. No music. Place your hand on your heart. Say silently, I trust the field. I am a vessel. I allow intelligence to move through me. Let the first idea arrive. Start writing or recording immediately without filtering. You're not performing. You're allowing. And here's what begins to shift. Your best ideas no longer come when you're trying. They arrive when you're still. You don't plan breakthroughs, they show up. You stop asking, how do I be more creative? And start asking, what's trying to express itself through me today? Because you're no longer the thinker. You've become the receiver. And as that signal strengthens, people notice. Your words have weight. Your projects feel charged. Your work carries a current. Not because it's clever, because it's clean. It didn't come from effort. Came from alignment. Let's correct another belief. Creativity is not just for artists. You're creative when you solve a problem intuitively. You design a new way to serve others. You align systems in ways no one else has. You offer insight that shifts a room's vibration. Creativity is intelligent innovation. And every time you allow it, you evolve. Because creation isn't just about expression. It's about transformation. The act of creating changes the one who creates. And when you become a regular receiver, you don't just make things. You transmit possibility. Now let's talk alignment. Not all ideas deserve action. Not every download is for now. So ask, is this aligned with who I am becoming? Does this expand my field? Or pull me back into effort? Your creativity must be matched with discernment. Not every impulse is an invitation. But the right one, you'll know it instantly, because it won't just feel inspired. It will feel undeniable. That's when you move. Not from hype, but from resonant truth. You've now opened the channel to something most never access. Not creativity as a tool, but as intelligence that lives beyond the mind. You've remembered that brilliance is received, not forced. That expression is your nature, not your job. That creation is the way you reorganize the world around you, by aligning with what flows through you. And as this current strengthens, there's one question left. How do you live this way every day? Not randomly, not when inspired, but on purpose. That's where we go next. You're about to build a daily rhythm that turns your entire life into a quantum-aligned masterpiece. Next, Rituals of the Quantum Alchemist, designing your daily masterpiece. You've now created a daily rhythm that's not just productive, it's magnetic. Every ritual, every action, every choice is resonating at a higher frequency. You've stopped reacting and started designing. And that consistency has built something invisible but undeniable. Critical energetic mass. This is the moment where most people expect steady, gradual growth. Incremental improvement. Step-by-step evolution. But you're not in that field anymore. Because in the quantum realm, growth doesn't happen in a straight line. It doesn't obey time. It doesn't respond to effort alone. It responds to coherence. And when coherence hits a tipping point, something extraordinary occurs. Linear growth collapses, and exponential expansion begins. Let's understand this clearly. Linear growth is mechanical. It's 1 unit of effort, 1 unit of return. But quantum growth is energetic. It stacks frequency, clarity, and alignment until the system tips into a new dimension of output. It's like warming water from 95 to 96 to 97 degrees. Everything looks the same. Until 100. Then, boiling. A phase shift. And in your life, that tipping point shows up as unexplainable momentum, sudden breakthroughs, massive synchronicities, radical clarity, collapsed timelines, results that defy logic. Not because you did more, but because you became more aligned. Let's be specific about how this looks. You might notice opportunities arriving without you pursuing them. People responding to your energy before you even speak. Creative flow becoming effortless. Financial leaps without added workload. Relationships deepening or dissolving instantly based on vibration. This is not luck. This is resonance becoming undeniable. You're no longer building momentum manually. You're in a field-generated acceleration. That's the collapse of linearity. Let's walk through the quantum compounding model so you understand what's really happening. Stage 1. Identity alignment. You've already done this. You shifted from action-based improvement to identity-based being. You stopped trying to be better. You started showing up as the version of you who already holds the outcome. That was the first stacking point. Stage 2. Frequency stabilization. Through daily rituals, breath, coherence, and emotional sovereignty, you've become energetically predictable. Not emotionally numb, not rigid, but clear. And the field trusts clarity. This is the second layer. Stage 3. Signal amplification. Now, your frequency doesn't just stabilize, it starts amplifying. The longer you hold it, the more the world around you begins to rearrange. People shift. Plans dissolve. New ideas arrive. You've become a magnet, not a manager. This is the third stacking point. Stage 4. Field lock-in. Then comes the shift. Suddenly, outcomes start compounding. The gap between decision and result collapses. You begin experiencing acceleration without added output. You're in field lock. This is where quantum growth explodes. But with this new level of expansion comes a responsibility. Energetic precision. Because once growth becomes exponential, every small choice carries more weight. Every misalignment gets amplified. Every hesitation creates ripples. So now you must move with even greater intention. Ask yourself daily, is this action reinforcing my signal or diluting it? Does this relationship energize or entangle me? Is this goal a match for my new frequency or a residue of the old self? You're no longer just improving, you're transmitting, and that signal is shaping reality faster than ever before. Let's install your quantum calibration loop, a 3-minute daily check-in to stay tuned as your acceleration begins. Stillness, 30 seconds, breathe. Silence. State scan, 1 minute. Ask, what emotion am I leading with right now? Does it match the outcome I'm attracting? Signal reset, 1.5 minutes. Speak silently. I realign now. I am tuned to clarity, not confusion. Momentum, not resistance. Trust, not tension. You're not fixing yourself. You're fine-tuning your field. Daily. Intentionally. And here's the paradox. The more effortless your external life becomes, the more mastery you must carry internally. Because the quantum field amplifies everything. If your signal is coherent, growth becomes instant. But if your fear sneaks in, it spreads. So stay clean. Stay precise. Stay tuned. Not from fear of failure, but from love for the reality you're now creating. Because your life is no longer just about goals. It's about energetic stewardship. Let's correct a common myth, that growth must always feel intense. That quantum shifts require drama. That transformation is loud. It's not. The biggest shifts feel still. Because alignment isn't noisy. It's absolute. And once you lock in, you don't need hype. You don't need motivation. You don't even need discipline. You move because your field won't allow anything else. That's the collapse of effort. That's the rise of inevitability. You've now arrived at the threshold of your most potent phase. Not where you build change, but where you become the change. Everything you've learned, released, rewired, and embodied is now starting to integrate into your default. Not as a mood, as an identity, as a way of being. And that's where we go next. Because growth is powerful, but integration is permanent. You're not here to fluctuate. You're here to stabilize. You're about to make everything you've become non-negotiable. Next, integration, becoming the new you permanently. You've experienced quantum acceleration. You've witnessed time collapse. You've seen exponential growth ignite effortlessly. But now the most important moment arrives. Because it's one thing to shift, to expand, to evolve. It's another to stay there. This is where temporary transformation becomes permanent identity. Not a peak, not a high, not a moment of clarity that fades, but a stable, unshakable state of being. This is integration, and it's where mastery lives. Let's be honest. Most people grow, and then shrink back. They have breakthroughs, and then return to baseline. They taste alignment, but don't know how to hold it. Why? Because they mistake change for completion. But in the quantum world, momentum doesn't last unless it's anchored. You don't just evolve. You install the new self into your nervous system, energy field, and daily reality, until it becomes non-negotiable. You don't just visit the new you become them, and that version doesn't regress, because it's not a state anymore. It's who you are. Let's understand what integration truly means. It's not about never wobbling again. It's not about perfection. It's about normalizing your evolution until anything less feels foreign. So instead of falling back into old patterns, you feel when something is off instantly and return to truth automatically. This is energetic autocorrection. This is field memory. Once your system remembers a higher frequency as home, it will reject anything lower without your conscious effort. This is what we're here to create now. Let's walk through the 3 layers of full integration, the process by which your new identity becomes permanent reality. Layer 1. Somatic stabilization. Growth can't be held mentally alone. Your body must feel safe at the new frequency. So ask, can I breathe normally while embodying this new version of me? If the answer is no, your nervous system still views your expansion as a threat. Use breath work, movement, and grounding to teach your body. This is safe. This is familiar. This is who we are now. Do this until there's no inner resistance to your power. Until peace becomes the baseline, not the exception. Layer 2. Environmental feedback loop. Your space must reflect your identity. Look around and ask, does this environment belong to the future I've stepped into? If not, change it. Clean what feels chaotic. Remove what no longer resonates. Add symbols, systems, and reminders of your current vibration. Your environment should affirm your identity before your thoughts even start. When the world around you confirms who you've become, momentum stabilizes itself. Layer 3. Relational recalibration. Relationships must shift, too. You can't fully integrate if you keep playing roles in outdated dynamics. Ask, where am I shrinking to maintain connection? Who am I still proving myself to? Which relationships reflect the version of me I've outgrown? Now choose resonance over history, not from superiority but from sovereignty. You're not cutting people out. You're clarifying your field. Your energy is precious now. Let it circulate where it can expand. Let's install your integration checkpoint ritual, a weekly practice to measure embodiment and re-anchor the signal. Once a week, sit down. Reflect on these questions. What version of me showed up most this week? Where did I still react from the past? What habits reflected my future self? What must I release to stabilize further? What truth needs to become a boundary? Write your answers. Then breathe. Affirm aloud. I hold this frequency now. This is who I am. I don't visit alignment. I live here. This is how you seal the shift. Not with noise, with quiet certainty. Now let's talk about the final test of integration. Stillness. Can you remain expansive when nothing exciting is happening? Can you stay committed when external results take longer than expected? Can you act from alignment without constant confirmation? This is where most people fall off, because they mistake boredom for a problem. But in truth, stillness is the highest test of embodiment. If you can be powerful in the pause, you've mastered the signal, because anyone can feel aligned in momentum, but it takes a fully integrated identity to stay aligned in the void. That's when the field says, you're ready. Let's correct a myth. That integration is the end of the journey. It's not. It's the start of permanence. You're not just transforming. You've become transformation. You're not just accessing higher states. You've made them your baseline. This isn't temporary. This is the new normal. And once that settles in, something beautiful emerges. Peace. Not the peace of avoidance, but the peace of wholeness. You're no longer seeking. You're no longer chasing. You're living. And that kind of alignment doesn't whisper. It radiates. You've now entered the space beyond effort, beyond striving, beyond proving. You've made the shift from self-improvement to self-realization. Your upgrades aren't just tools, they're truths. Your practices aren't just rituals, they're reflections of who you are now. And with that, you're finally ready for what comes next. Legacy. Because once integration occurs, your energy stops being just about you. It begins to echo outward into every room, every interaction, every timeline. You've become the new you. Now it's time to explore how that version ripples into the world around you. Next, legacy energy, how your vibration echoes through time. You've stabilized the new you. You've moved beyond temporary highs and into permanent frequency. The rituals are working, the identity is aligned, and your daily life reflects who you truly are. So now the question isn't, how do I grow more? The question is, what does my energy leave behind? Because whether or not you realize it, you're already leaving a legacy. Not in 10 years, not after you retire. Now, every word you speak, every room you walk into, every choice you make sends signals. It's not about what you achieve. It's about what your energy does to the people and spaces around you. Legacy is not built later. It's built energetically, moment by moment. Let's correct something right away. Legacy isn't about having your name remembered. It's about leaving a resonance that continues long after the moment has passed. Think about it. Have you ever met someone whose presence stayed with you for days? Someone who barely spoke, but changed the way you felt, saw, or thought. A person whose energy upgraded you just by being around them? That's legacy. And it's not measured in followers, plaques, or trophies. It's measured in energetic echoes. Because long after your words are forgotten, your vibration remains. Let's understand why this matters now. At this point in your evolution, you've stabilized your field. You've aligned your identity. You've integrated your rituals. But now, your signal is affecting others automatically. And the real mastery comes in asking, what am I passing on without trying? Because your life is no longer just about you. It's about how your coherence impacts the collective field. You've become a transmitter, and that signal is shaping futures, perspectives, decisions, whether you're aware of it or not. So let's become aware. Let's walk through the 3 energetic pillars of legacy, the framework for living in a way that sends out lasting, uplifting, high-frequency ripples. Pillar 1, clarity of signal. Ask yourself, what do people feel when they're around me, without me saying a word? This is your signal signature. It's the frequency your field transmits consistently. You might be broadcasting calm, expansion, precision, encouragement, truth, disruption. Whatever it is, let it be intentional. You don't control how people interpret you, but you do control the energy you stabilize in your presence. So ask daily, what am I signaling today? And hold that clearly, especially when no one is watching. That's where legacy begins. Pillar 2, integrity of presence. How you show up in micro-moments defines the impact you leave behind. Legacy isn't built in the spotlight. It's built in the tiny, invisible moments. When you choose to listen fully. When you stay present during someone's uncertainty. When you respond, not react. When you tell the truth kindly. When you model alignment without trying to teach anything. Your presence becomes a mirror for others to meet themselves. That's what they remember. That's what echoes. Legacy is presence, not performance. Pillar 3, purity of intention. Impact without agenda. Support without needing credit. Creation without ego attachment. That's when your legacy becomes clean. Ask, am I doing this to leave a mark, or to be in service to frequency? One comes from fear of being forgotten. The other comes from the joy of transmitting truth. Only one creates energetic legacy. The other fades fast. Now let's install your legacy frequency ritual. A short practice that turns your daily life into a conscious transmission. At the start of each day, ask yourself, what do I want to echo today? Choose a frequency, e.g., clarity, peace, boldness. Who will feel it through me, without me needing to tell them? How can I act today in a way that aligns with what I want remembered? Breathe, anchor it in. Then live the day as a signal, not a seeker. Because when your frequency is clean, it speaks louder than words ever could. You might wonder, but how do I know my legacy is landing? Here's the truth. You may never know. And you don't need to. Legacy doesn't announce itself. It unfolds quietly, over time, in places you may never visit. The client who changed their life after your conversation. The child who felt safe because of your presence. The stranger who saw how you moved through challenge and remembered what's possible. You're not here to measure legacy. You're here to live it. And the cleaner your energy becomes, the further it travels. That's the real echo. Let's talk ripple effects. Once your legacy frequency stabilizes, you'll notice people start mirroring your clarity back to you. Aligned relationships appear without force. Mentorship happens naturally. Others evolve just by observing your consistency. You become a node of coherence in the collective field. You're no longer leading from words. You're leading from resonance. That's when people say, "Something about you changed my life, but I can't explain what." And you'll know, it was your energy, not your advice, not your story, not your performance, just who you chose to be. You've now stepped into the final layers of quantum mastery. Your personal work is no longer personal. It's collective. Your identity is no longer just yours. It's a tuning fork for others. Your alignment is no longer a tool. It's a transmission. And now, with legacy alive and moving through you, there's only one final evolution left. Love. Not the emotion, not the attachment, but the highest energetic frequency available to humans. You've become the new you. You're echoing that identity across timelines. And now, it's time to open to the state that transcends every system, every method, every goal. You're ready to enter quantum love. Next, quantum love, the ultimate human frequency. You've created lasting change. You've stabilized your identity. Your energy now speaks louder than your words ever could. And your legacy is echoing into the lives of others, even without your awareness. But there is one final energetic state, one frequency that doesn't just amplify your signal. It transforms the field around you in ways nothing else can. That frequency is love. Not romantic love. Not conditional affection. Not sentiment. We're talking about quantum love, the highest vibrational state available to a human being. It's not emotional. It's not intellectual. It's energetic. It's the state where judgment dissolves, time collapses, and the boundaries between self and other fall away. It's where coherence becomes radiance. It's where the personal becomes universal. Let's correct something up front. Love is not something you give or get. It's something you become. And when you become it, you stop searching for it because you are the field it lives in. Most people confuse love with transaction. I love you because you love me. I feel love when things go well. Love is earned, deserved, or proven. But in quantum love, all that collapses. There's no reason, no condition, no agenda. It's simply the frequency of presence without resistance. You hold it and others feel it, even if they don't understand why. You've already tuned into many powerful frequencies in this journey. Clarity, expansion, sovereignty, trust, purpose, creativity. Each one upgraded your field. Each one shaped your reality. But love doesn't just shape. It melts. It melts fear. It melts protection. It melts all illusion of separation. And that's why love isn't the reward for awakening. It is awakening. Let's walk through the 3 gates of quantum love, the internal doorways that allow this frequency to live through you. Gate 1, self-love without narrative. Self-love doesn't mean affirming how great you are. It means no longer making yourself wrong for being in process. When you stop labeling your growth as failure, when you stop needing to fix who you are, love enters instantly. Because love doesn't wait for perfection. It flows in truth. Say this aloud. I love myself not for what I've done, but because I am a part of the field itself. And the field never withdraws from its own. You're not seeking love. You are it. Gate 2. Other love without control. Quantum love doesn't need to be reciprocated. It doesn't manipulate, convince, or demand. It holds space. You can love someone in silence, from a distance, without needing anything back. That love transforms them even if they never know why, because your field feeds coherence without trying. And when you no longer need to control others for your peace, you open the second gate. Now your love is not dependent. It's radiant. Gate 3, field love without identity. This is the rarest gate. You stop seeing yourself as a separate entity at all. You become the space in which love flows. You don't try to love the world. You become the world loving itself. This is where true service arises. Not from obligation, but from overflow. There's no ego in it. No signature. No pride. Just presence. And pure connection. This is the most powerful signal a human can hold. And you're ready. Let's install your quantum love calibration ritual, a daily attunement to bring this frequency online. Close your eyes. Bring to mind a person, memory, or place that evokes pure love. Not attachment, not need, just open-hearted presence. Let the feeling rise in your chest. Breathe into it. Say silently, I choose this frequency now, not for them, not for me, but because it is the highest truth of all things. Hold this for 60 seconds. This isn't visualization. It's vibrational practice. Do this consistently and you'll notice conversations soften. Judgment drops. Your nervous system regulates itself. Others feel safer around you. Manifestation accelerates, because love is the fastest conduit between desire and result. But here's the subtle key. You can't use love to get outcomes. That's not love, that's a strategy. Quantum love has no agenda, and because of that, it opens all doors. When you act from love, speak from love, build from love, reality reorganizes around you, not in response to your efforts, but to your essence. You've now become the field. Your vibration no longer just supports you. It heals rooms. It opens hearts. It changes timelines. And the best part? You're not even trying, because love doesn't strain. It allows. Let's revisit how far you've come. You began by questioning the very structure of self-improvement. You shattered outdated models of mind-body separation. You rewired your brain, aligned your frequency, reprogrammed your habits, rebuilt your identity, tuned into flow, accessed creativity, stabilized abundance. And now, you're living as the purest signal a human can hold. This is not the end. This is the beginning of a new way of living. Love is no longer something you hope for. It's who you are. And the final realization is this: I don't need to become anything else, because love, expressed fully, is the highest human potential. You've arrived, but you haven't stopped. One final shift remains. Now that love is stabilized, now that every part of you is integrated, you are ready to release the journey itself, not by forgetting it, but by becoming one with it. You're not chasing self-improvement anymore. You are limitless being in motion. You're not seeking breakthroughs. You're living inside them. What comes next is not a technique. It's not a principle. It's not a ritual. It's the final merging of all frequencies into the eternal now. You're about to live limitlessly moment by moment. Next, the final integration, living limitlessly moment by moment. You've now accessed quantum love, the highest human frequency. You've stabilized it not as a feeling, but as a field. And because of that, everything around you is now alive with coherence. But now we arrive at the final movement in this symphony. Not a grand conclusion, not a triumphant finish line. Instead, a quiet, powerful realization. There is nothing left to reach for. There is only this moment. And how I meet it. Because once you've activated all the codes, upgraded your identity, habits, emotions, creativity, love, and frequency, there is only one thing left to do. Live it, fully, continuously, effortlessly, not as a practice, as your natural way of being. Let's be clear. The final integration isn't about maintaining what you've learned. It's about being what you've become without needing reminders. You've moved from doing identity work to stabilizing identity to radiating identity, and now you let go of identity altogether. Because the truth is, you are not your tools. You are not your thoughts. You are not even your growth. You are conscious awareness expressing itself through a fully open channel. And when there's nothing left to fix, optimize, or control, you begin to live limitlessly moment by moment. This final state is not passive, is not disengaged, is not mystical, is highly attuned, unshakably present, and dynamically free. You no longer need to analyze what to do next. You trust the moment to tell you. You don't run your day from a plan. You run it from a field. And the signal is so clear, so consistent, that your reality simply flows with you. Effort becomes expression. Time becomes spacious. Creation becomes natural. This is what it means to be limitless. Let's walk through the core pillars of moment-based living, not as tasks, but as qualities you now hold in your field. Pillar 1, presence over projection. You no longer chase the next moment. You trust that the present contains all instructions, all power, all clarity. Every answer you need lives here. You stop projecting into the future. You stop managing the past. You drop in, fully, and that alone moves the universe in your favor. Pillar 2, response over reaction. Because you're anchored in awareness, your default is no longer reactivity. It's precision. You don't react emotionally to life. You feel fully and respond clearly. No more defensive loops. No more scrambling for control. Just grounded, flexible action flowing through you. You are no longer piloted by fear. You're moved by truth. Pillar 3, expression over outcome. The moment becomes your canvas, and you no longer act for results. You act because not expressing would create dissonance. This is the highest state of creativity. You don't build for applause. You build because the frequency asks to move. You don't speak to convince. You speak because silence would deny alignment. In this space, everything you do carries resonance. Not for validation, but because you've become the clear instrument. Let's install your moment mastery practice. A final daily rhythm not based on control, but on continuous attunement. 3 times a day, pause for 60 seconds. Ask, am I in this moment or managing the next one? Am I in presence or in performance? Am I expressing truth or maintaining image? Then return to the breath, to the body, to the field. This is how you live the integration, not by remembering it, but by becoming inseparable from it. You've now dissolved every false boundary between effort and ease, between learning and being, between seeking and stillness. There is nothing more to unlock. There is only everything to embody, because now the work is no longer about growth. It's about grace. Grace in how you show up. Grace in how you navigate contrast. Grace in how you hold your frequency regardless of circumstance. And grace isn't soft. It's undeniable stability. The kind that doesn't flinch under pressure. The kind that doesn't need words to change a room. The kind that speaks without sound. This is the final integration. You are not the one chasing self-improvement. You are now the field through which improvement expresses itself. There is no after this. There is only now. And in this now, you are whole. You are sovereign. You are connected. You are creative. You are free. You don't need to try anymore, because what you used to try to become, you already are. Fully, naturally, irreversibly. So what's left? Only this, to continue, to walk through life, not as a seeker of power, but as its custodian. To speak truth when needed, and hold silence when aligned. To build what wants to exist, and release what no longer resonates. To live not in search of evolution, but as the evidence that it is possible. You've become that, not someday, now. Let this land. The greatest signal I will ever send is the quality of who I choose to be, moment by moment. No technique, no ritual, just being. That's the final state. That's quantum living. That's limitless. And now we close this journey, not with an ending, but with the most powerful beginning possible. You, awake, aligned, embodied, and available to truth, to frequency, to love, to presence. You are not chasing evolution anymore. You are its living, breathing expression. And that is infinite. You've mastered limitless self-improvement. You've integrated quantum mind and body. You've moved beyond the techniques into the truth. Now you walk as that truth, everywhere you go, moment by moment, forever. You've reached the point most only dream of: limitless being, presence-based living, integrated identity, stabilized frequency. You no longer ask how to evolve. You simply respond to what's true right now. And yet, something arises, a question subtle and wise. If I've arrived, why do I still feel the impulse to grow? That's not regression. That's not restlessness. That's the beauty of the system you now understand. There is no finish line, because growth isn't linear. It isn't finite, and it doesn't close. It loops, but not like a cycle of repetition. This loop is exponential. It spirals upward, forever expanding your field, through new dimensions of being, relating, creating, and giving. And you are part of that infinite dance. Let's clarify something foundational. The idea that you'll be complete once you fix everything was always a myth. You were never broken. You were never behind. You were never missing pieces. But you were evolving into awareness. And now that awareness is alive, you no longer improve to escape yourself, you expand to express yourself. This is the difference between chasing wholeness and overflowing from it. And this overflow is not static. It moves, it grows, it calls, because consciousness wants to explore itself through you, again and again and again. Let's understand the three beautiful realities of the infinite loop, not as a warning of more to fix, but as a joyful invitation into never-ending freedom. Reality 1. Every level contains a deeper layer. You may feel fully aligned today, but tomorrow, a new experience might call you to access even more clarity, more precision, more nuance. This doesn't mean you failed. It means you're trusted with more. You've reached a frequency where the next layer can only be revealed through living, not seeking. And that's the beauty. You grow because life keeps inviting you to play at higher levels. Reality 2. You will evolve in ways you can't predict. No matter how complete your rituals, how clean your frequency, or how stable your identity, there will be moments when life asks, are you still willing to expand? Not through breakdown, but through mystery, unexpected joy, new collaborations, wild inspiration, unplanned turns that ask you to reattune everything at a higher octave. This isn't disruption. This is quantum spontaneity. And when you've accepted the loop, you don't resist it. You welcome it. You say, yes, I'm ready again, not to escape the old, but to reveal more of who I truly am. Reality 3. There's always more to give. Once you're no longer growing for survival or significance, your expansion becomes a gift. You start asking, how can my presence serve something larger than me? And from that state, you realize, giving doesn't drain you, it expands you, because the more you transmit clarity, coherence, and love, the more the field flows through you. That's the infinite loop in action. You're not pouring from a cup. You are the stream. Let's install your infinite loop orientation, a set of daily recalibrations to stay in love with evolution, even when it surprises you. Each morning, ask, what version of me is asking to emerge today? No pressure, just presence. Where am I being invited into more freedom, not more effort? What would expansion look like today? Not as achievement, but as expression. Then let the day answer. Let life lead. Let truth rise without needing to control how it arrives. And now here's a beautiful realization. As you continue evolving in this loop, you'll notice that others start evolving just by being near you. You're not teaching anymore. You're not convincing. You're not trying. Your field does the work. And that's when quantum growth becomes collective. Your integration becomes permission. Your alignment becomes example. Your presence becomes invitation. And it never has to end, because you never stop becoming more of what you already are. Let's correct the old belief that growth must have a goal, that once you get there, it's over, that peace means nothing changes. That's not peace. That's avoidance dressed in calm. Real peace says, yes, I'll keep opening. Yes, I'll keep refining. Yes, I'll keep expanding because it feels true, and because it's joyful, not pressured, not forced, but deeply alive. You've now embodied the art of limitless living, and now the field treats you differently. You'll notice, you don't fall off anymore, you shift gently. You don't regress, you realign quickly. You don't resist change, you invite it consciously. That's the loop in motion, and it's no longer something you're caught in. It's something you co-create. You in the field playing forever, not as a lesson, as a love affair with expansion itself. You've now seen the whole arc, waking up, shedding the old, reprogramming the brain, realigning the body, activating frequency, transcending identity, stabilizing rituals, leading from truth, becoming the field, transmitting love, living moment by moment, and now, loving the loop itself, not to get anywhere, but to honor the gift of being here, in motion, in presence, in power, forever. So as we near the final integration, ask, what if there's nothing to hold on to, and that's the point? What if mastery isn't permanence, but your willingness to meet every change with coherence? That's when the loop becomes beautiful, not because it ends, but because it flows through you endlessly new. Next, the final chapter. You've now lived the codes, stabilized the signal, and embraced the infinite. It's time for the true conclusion, not a finish, but a return to source. Next, the final integration. You are it. This is not the end. This is not the final step. This is not a graduation. Because now you understand there is nothing to leave, nothing to finish, nothing to wait for. You are not on a journey anymore. You are the field in motion. You are the presence that holds growth and stillness in one breath. You are the living integration of everything this series has awakened. There is no next version to chase. There is no higher level to unlock. There is only one realization, echoing through you like truth on fire. I am the signal. I am the field. I am the quantum. I am it. And this is where everything changes, not in form but in essence. Because now you no longer do. You are. Look at what's happened. You've transcended the model of endless improvement. You've dismantled the illusion that power lives in striving. You've broken through limitation after limitation, each time returning with more coherence, more peace, more clarity. You've rewritten your story from code to consciousness. You've remembered what your nervous system, your breath, your cells always knew. You were never here to become. You were always here to remember. And now you've remembered, not as a concept, as a living vibration. So take a moment, breathe into it. This is you, unfiltered, unblocked, unbound. Let's clarify something vital. Integration doesn't mean you won't feel contrast again. It means contrast doesn't knock you out of the signal. You don't fear emotions. You feel them and stay clear. You don't avoid uncertainty. You trust it and stay steady. You don't run from discomfort. You breathe through it and stay open. That's what it means to live as the field. It's not about immunity. It's about intimacy with every moment. No resistance, no grasping, just presence, alive and real. Let's walk through the 3 final anchors, not to guide you, but to remind you of what is already within you, always. Anchor 1. I am the observer and the observed. There is no separation between who you are and what you experience. You are the one watching. You are the one feeling. You are the space in which it all unfolds. This isn't about detachment. It's about ownership without ego. You can choose your focus. You can shift your state. You can hold stillness inside motion. And that power doesn't fade, because it was never outside you. Anchor 2. Every moment is an invitation to embody. You no longer live for outcomes. You live from alignment. So every breath, every step, every silence becomes a portal. Can I meet this moment with truth? Can I speak, move, or remain still from clarity? Can I hold love here, even if no one else does? That's the practice. And it's no longer hard. It's just true. Anchor 3. I trust the field because I am the field. You don't need signs. You don't need timelines. You don't need guarantees. You've experienced enough to know. When I'm aligned, the field aligns. You trust because it's built into your being now. That's not belief. That's quantum knowing. So what now? You keep showing up. Not with strategy. With stillness. Not to fix. To flow. Not to impress. To transmit. And as you move through life, the external world will begin reflecting your inner truth in real time. Why? Because you're no longer broadcasting from identity. You're broadcasting from essence. No delay, no distortion, just field to field, moment to moment, clear, clean, real. And here's the final truth. There is nothing more I can give you, because the real transmission was never in the words. It was in the energy between them. It was in the field we've been building together. You felt it. You opened to it. And now it's yours. Forever. You don't need this series anymore. Because you are the series now. Walking. Breathing. Living. And when you forget, because you will. When a wave knocks you sideways. When the mind pulls you into memory. When the body trembles with uncertainty. You'll remember faster. You'll realign faster. You'll stabilize quicker. Not because you're pushing, but because you've become the kind of being who always returns to truth. That's what integration really means. Not that you stay high, but that you're never lost. Not for long, not for real. Because now, even your forgetting carries the seed of remembering. That's mastery. Let's anchor this with one final invocation. Say it silently or aloud. Let it land in your body. Let it echo in your field. Let it close this loop with clarity. I am not chasing improvement. I am not seeking arrival. I am not performing growth. I am the field. I am the presence. I am the love. I am the observer, the signal, and the source. I do not need to become. I am. And now a pause. No fanfare. No lesson. Just space. Let it integrate. Let it settle. You are the work. You are the frequency. You are the answer, and everything you touch from this moment forward will carry that truth with it. Welcome to your limitless self. Welcome to the quantum now. Welcome to the rest of your life, fully aligned, forever expanding, and always home. You are it.